Hello there and good evening. Welcome to Rob's Models. I'm Rob. Thanks for popping along on a Saturday evening. I think I'm about 5 minutes late, but hopefully that hasn't bothered too many people. So I am, as I say, I'm Rob. I'm here and going to be doing some models, and this evening going to be starting a new kit. Still haven't finished the Ren Gun Rutan Quickie. But I thought I'll sort of come back to that one because that's a little bit small. Thought it would be fun just to start something else, which is also a part of the buddy build thing that we some of us streamers on Twitch are doing. So I have actually opened up this afternoon, had a quick look at what's inside, and I've got to say it does actually look quite impressive for 72nd scale for an F-16. I think it actually does look pretty good actually. So it should be quite a fun one. Lots of very loads of detail to it actually, and very fine detail, so I'm gonna have to be careful when painting that I do go over with thin paint on this one, thin primer, thin paint, to ensure that I keep as much of that detail in there as possible. So it should be fun. So I think the best thing to do is to crack on. What I have done as well is I've gone through the paints and the instructions, just made a note of what the paint call-outs are. And what I've done is made my own list of paints, because it gives it all in Tamiya codes for the X, the XF, and also the AS, which is for, what's that for? That's the acrylic spray. And the colours, no, the actual numbers don't cross-reference, so it's not like that. The an AS26 isn't the same as an XF26. I would have thought that would make sense, but no, they don't do that. So it just means that I've got, had to go through, and also I won't just be using the Tamiya paints. For this, I'm going to be using the Vallejo, well, not that one, not that one. Yes, I have got US Navy and US Marine Corps colours, which actually, anyone who's thinking, oh, evening killer, how are you? Hope you're keeping well, cheers for popping by. Just starting a new kit, and actually I'm just working out my colours for it. I'm going to be using the Vallejo Model Air. This is the US Navy and US Marine Corps colours. However, pretty much all the paints that I need are within this kit. So I do want to be changing what paints I use in the future. However, I have loads of these, or a while back I stocked up on a whole load of Vallejo ones. So before I actually start spending loads of money to replace these, I thought I might as well use them up. So you have them. Yeah, the Vallejo paints, I've got to say, I am quite a fan of the Vallejo paints, but I don't know if I'm a bit more of a fan now of the MRP lacquers. It could just be a preference sort of thing. So I need to just cross-reference some of these that I've got on there. Just do a little bit of painting, but the main thing is just going to really be cutting some plastic and actually starting this. And I am pretty looking forward to it. That's the right words, just in the wrong order. So that's what I'm planning to be doing today. We'll see how far we get on, see how we go. But as I say, I have actually had a look through this earlier, and it is really fine detail on there. Seriously, detail was just sort of coming out as you hold it, and it like popped out in the light. You didn't even see it, and it was sort of like, crikey, that is some good detail. So let's bring out a little bit more just whilst I work on what we're doing here. I thought I'd just bring the bought the Mozzie out just to get a little bit of fresh air earlier. And what I might do is, now I've got the oils, I might have a play with the oils on that, even though that's technically finished. There's always the opportunity to do more, isn't there, with a kit? So let's start at the very beginning, because as the song goes, that is actually quite a good place to start. So get some sprue cutters and a couple of little files, and let's start hacking plastic, as they say in the trade. Yeah, new kit. I haven't finished the Rutan, the little resin kit that I've been working on, the little really small one, which is still somewhere up behind me actually. But I just thought I will have a go at this one. Yes, modern jet looking for. Yeah, I think that's the thing is I've been doing a few things like the Mosquito. I did do obviously the Osprey, which is kind of modern, but it wasn't a modern kit in a way. That was tooled in 1988. Then I've done modern kits, but for all things. And I thought let's just do something for the. I thought do it for the buddy build. I just felt so. I just wanted to do something, just a bit more. Something I can just have a bit of fun with, to be honest. So. F-16. That's it's a fighting Falcon. It's what you're gonna have some fun with that. Jaffa's in as well. Hiya Jaffa, how are you? Cheers for popping in. And yeah, I know everyone's just saying hello to each other. So let's work out. Got the little sprue here. So I think it's just going to be a case of hacking some bits off and seeing what we end up with. So, and hopefully try and get a bit of feeling into my fingers as well, because I've got a heater over there that I could plug in, but the microphone that I use is currently resting on top of the heater. So that's now taking the priority. But the detail in this is, I've got to say, there's some very fine detail in this. So that go. Can't throw that away just yet. There's some small little bits on there. What's an A? Oh, and this has got to. Really odd, but I've got to say the clear part in here is. It seems every Tamiya kit I do has a better. I thought that the clear part in the Mosquito was good. Then when I did the 109, that had a really nice bit. But this is actually technically older than the 109, but they've kind of put it in a triangular sort of cage, so it's not going to get scratched. But for a clear part, it's just, you can see it shine. It's absolutely crystal clear. There could be I can't quite tell. There could be a little seam line in there, but it's so clear and polished. I don't know if I actually want to try to polish out the seam line, because I don't know whether I can actually polish it back as much to get to get it as good as what it currently is at the moment. So I might keep the seam line in there, which sounds a bit odd. I just don't. Yeah, I'm sure I'll have a go at it, but is it wrong of me to get excited over a clear part? Because this is the second kit in a row I've got excited over a clear part. Did those F6? Yes, they did actually have. Yes, they did, and that is something that I tinted, and I've never done before. And actually, I do need to do it with the Osprey. I've not actually put the canopy on properly yet, because I do need to spray from the inside. It's okay, Rob. I'm sure you'll get finger. Papa, cheers, mate. Thanks very much for the vote of confidence. Straight away, bang, boom. No, hello, how are you? All new kit, just straight in with it. Don't worry, you'll cock it up. I'm sure of it. No. Yes, there is. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. But yeah, hang on. On my Osprey, it was tinted out the box. Yes, actually, I remember you saying that. And you had to get a replacement one or something, and they sent it. Yeah, I don't know whether, I've heard some people just use like X1 or something. Is it X1? Just like the Tamiya X, Tamiya Black, and just doing it really, really fine. Really, really, really thinned and dusting it on. But I know there is also a smoke one, because I'm worried if I do that, I'm just going to get a speckled effect. I can imagine the hesitance at spraying the can. Yeah, that's the thing, is that's why I've been putting off doing it, and I don't know whether I should get the proper smoke one, because on the box art it does actually have it smoky. At least it's not that. It might be that have glass stuff, because there's different. We just say smoky canopy, but technically, I think if you're going to get really pedantic, there's different types of canopy. Number X19 smoke, right? Yeah, I think I've got it on a wish list sort of thing. I'll have to. I do need to make some purchases for some things, but I'm kind of been putting it off because kit. They never seem to have the things that you want to buy never come from places that do free P&P. So we end up sort of going, right, okay, let's build up the shopping list. I need that was B3, a B1 and a B2. So how's everyone keeping this Saturday? Saturday evening, I'm guessing, for most of you currently in the chat. You did it on the Eurofighter, okay. Yeah, you get those orangey, yeah, you do get those very weird sort of coloured ones now. I think that's also like the, is it the F-35s and stuff? They got those weird sort of colours, which just frankly just seem, you know, yeah, puts the pressure off. Like, imagine in that fishbowl above the clouds for a few hours in the middle of the day without tinted windows. Yeah, you'd be parboiled. Yeah, that's one way to put it, actually. But saying that, if you're sat in a couple of £1 million worth of fighter jet, you'd think they'd at least stick on a, you know, put aircon in there for you. What the, right, A10. Right, that looks like an A10. I need to decide which one I'm going to go for on this, because I'm tempted to go for one the variants which is the tiger meat one, which has actually got a nice decal of a tiger sort of tearing its way through the tailplane, but with that one, there's no armament on there, whereas the other ones have got AMRAAMs and sidewinders. So do I go for guns and rockets and missiles and bombs, or nice decal on the tail fin? So I am, yeah, not too sure on that one. It's a bit of a quandary, actually. Just so, and I do actually have to make a decision quite soon as to which one I'm going to go for. C1, C2. Oh God, that was, why did I do that? Right, done the thing that I tell everyone not to do. Okay, I've taken all the bits off for part one. Let's start doing it. Aircon doesn't stop the sun's rays, but I guess you don't get sun in England. No, that's the good point. Yeah, one way to look at it. Although saying that, you wouldn't get all the sun's rays, but you'd be in there with all your flight suit and all your kit on and everything. So I don't think you'd have much to worry about in there. But yes, having a bit of a tint on there. Well, we do get a bit of sunshine. It's just been a long time. It feels like a long time since we last had sunshine. Actually, to be honest, the days when we do have sun, I've got to say, is often when the air shows, the air show that I go to often, the Royal International Air Tattoo at Fairford. That is normally good weather, or it's like last time I went, which was on a Friday. It was absolutely pissing it down, and I mean torrential all day. The only thing that flew, I think, was the A400M, and then of course, because something flew, it's sort of like, wow, we couldn't cancel it because you know there was actually an air display. Yeah, just like only 5% of what we'd actually paid our money to go and see though. You can do both. They all carry ordnance. I think the one I'm looking at doing might be didn't actually. I mean, yeah, they all carry kind of ordnance, but that one was more of a show bird. So it wasn't. It rings a bell, but I need to look it up. It's one of those things that hazy in my memory. It's the tiger meat version. So, actually, funnily enough, on here, on the box art for it, the diagram, it does actually show it with AMRAAM, well, not AMRAAMs on there by the look of it. So I might as well wax them on there. I wasn't too sure whether it was a version just for that they've just done for you know, displays or something. I will have to do a bit more research on it. But I decided to take a break from doing the what's it called, the little quickie. Still got a few, you know, still a few bits to do. Not much of it, to be honest. But I just thought I will. I'll pace myself with that one because there's not a huge amount left on it to do. But it's so small and fiddly. With it being a bit chilly in here at the moment, I don't think I can have enough dexterity in my fingertips to work on literally bits of resin and photo etch that are millimeters, and I say millimeters as in measured in fractions of a millimeter big. That was so I just thought I'd yeah, crack on and do something a bit different. And I've not done a sort of a modern fast jet for a while, so thought I'd do it. And yeah, if I was going to do one, I mean, it wasn't actually that much more to get the 1:48 scale, which I personally would have preferred. But I thought if I do this one, I can call it a buddy build one at the same time. How's everyone else's buddy builds getting on? Are you actually, Cube Jam, are you doing part of the buddy build? Are you doing a plane for that? I can't remember now. Got the lights installed and the flashing kit done for the Sky Master. Cool. Okay. Cool. I know. Oh, trying to get life back into my fingers. What I need to drill a 1.5 centimetre hole in. No, not 1.5 centimetre. A 1.5 mil hole. I don't know. My little reamers go up to that big. That is quite a large size. These only go up to. Why would I need a hole that big in there? What could possibly go in there? Before I start drilling this thing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to drill a small hole in there, and then I can either fill it, because as far as I can tell, nothing goes in there. It's asking me to drill out a 1.5 mil hole, which is quite large. And it's not for any particular variance. Okay. Let's just do a small one for now. Pilot hole, and then I can always come back to it. That's bizarre. Actually, let's check the diagrams here. For the cockpit canopy piston. Oh, okay. It looks like see, I'm not that would actually be more on the side. No, whereabouts that's going to go, because that's not actually going to be going up. See, I can't work out. Even with the open canopy, there's no sort of piston or anything that would go there. Not as far as I can tell. No, they just want me to drill a hole in the thing for the sake of it. Okay, let's do a small hole in there. Then if I need to, I can open it up a bit more. And if I don't need to, I can easily fill it. But okay, I'll just hold that up. I've just got the little reamer just sticking out of it at the moment, but you can kind of see where it's going to go. So it's on the side. And let's just take that out. I'll put the reamer in that way round actually. So it's a bit low down, so hopefully you can make out where that's going to go. So I'm not too sure. Not any sort of pistons or anything as far as I can tell. Yeah, my buddy builds on hold until the paint arrives. Oh, okay. Got the, hang on, I did the, oh yes, you did. I can remember that, of course it was the P51. Because sorry, I can, yeah. What I should just do, Cube, is just think, right, what things have you dropped in your spray booth recently, and then just you do the mental checklist like that, and then I'll know what you're building. Not that you've but oh, before I forget, actually, well done on winning. Of course, I mean it was obvious that you were going to. It would have been crazy if you didn't. So well done for yeah, well done for the win on the Merc. So that well deserved on that one. So just thought I'd better say that because that was good. And I think you're winning new kit and money off for the other ones or something, isn't it? So cool. For the cockpit canopy piston, oh no, got that evening. Oh, hello, mentally. Hang on. That's me. Sorry about that. I should have gone on mute, but I didn't have a chance. Oh, right. Okay. Mentally illustrated is here. Papa Dookie, yeah, buddy builds on hold at the moment till paints arrive. Oh, Papa, what are you planning on doing for yours? Oh, thank you very much. Cheers, Leech. Thanks for the bless you. Okay. Thank you. 4 more models coming my way. Cool. So, okay, so I've put that little hole in just as a guide, a pilot hole for now. And if I need to, I can then I can open that up later if or just fill it again. A little bit of this just to get things going. As this is quite a large joint, gonna put a little bit of this glue just to get that on, and then just give that a couple of minutes. And I was going to say I might run round with the Tamiya extra thin, but as that is actually a panel line, I might not. We'll see how that goes. So that's that bit done. Hop in. See, this could have been easily moulded in. Right, we have now officially cut sprue and placed glue, sprue and glue. Right, that's that bit done. Let's build it. The quite nice bit of detail actually in the two tweezers in the cockpit as well. Which way's round? Which one's that one? Which one's that one? Should have paid attention before I started cutting them off. No, that's fine. I've gone through this and worked out the paint codes of, I believe, what paints they need, and I've done my little quick crib sheet. Oh, come on. Again, doing this one out the box, and actually with the amount of detail that's on there, I don't think any aftermarket bits would really be needed on this one, to be perfectly honest. Okay, that would be posable by the look of it. The throttle seems to work on a pivot, so you could actually, if you wanted to be pedantic, you could actually pose it into a position. Should first. Doesn't feel right. There we go. Now I have learnt with the Tamiya kits, especially these newer ones, if it doesn't feel right, then it's not right. What's interesting to see is the control layout is actually the same in an F-16 as it is in the Rutan Quickie. As in, instead of actually having the control column between the pilot's legs, there's literally one each side. Right. Sorry, should have muted you for that, but never mind. Warts and all here. Right. Build up the main landing gear wheel well. Which way round is that? So we hack it off the sprue and then work out the details later. That's my way of doing it. Oh, talking of hacking things off the sprue and working out the details later, so far 2 or 3 other people have actually contacted me to say that they've also had issues building that Tiger 1 and following the instructions in the kit for the putting the tracks on, and that it does appear that a couple of other people have followed the instructions and it's not worked, and just been forced to peel the tracks off again and just put it on, work the logic out and work it through. So there I was on New Year's Eve thinking that, okay, I'd had a couple of Jack Daniels and Cokes and maybe that was going to my head a little bit and stopping me being able to follow some simple instructions. And actually, no, it does look like Airfix might have made a cock up on the instructions and numbered something. So no, other people also had the same issue as me. So I don't feel quite as stupid now. So I will be going for the C variant. So before I start putting some paint on there, there's another little option. And that's got to have some paint on as well. Should have looked ahead. So I am going for option C. Yeah, I'm making my mind up now. I'm going for the tiger meat one. That's right, that's right, that's right, that's right. That is tiger meat. Ooh, and I need A12. So, right, everybody be back on track. Well, do the F-15 from Turkey. Hang on. I saw. Hang on. Sorry, Papa. I know you're thinking of Solo Turk, aren't you? I've seen that a couple of times. They put on a I think they've even won the best display at the Riyadh a couple of times in the F-16. That's the Turkish Solo Turk one. That is actually no, I haven't. Yeah, I should pull out the Riyadh books, but unfortunately I haven't got the decals for it. Otherwise I would. Genuinely, if I had the, and I'm not going to start buying another decal sheet just for this, to be honest. But that has actually prompted. That is now potentially a future build actually. But yeah, they do a cracking display. That image of you sneezing right there would have made a great oh no emote. Oh. So okay, evening buddy builder's back on track. Got the grey paint on the Fokker Wolf, and the Hunter has been stripped and repainted. Cool. Yeah, Tosh. I can't believe it. Just the other day when I'd said about people not being able, not basically test fit, just drive, you know, just hold a piece together before you put the glue. I mean, I say that I've not, you know, I've just been putting glue on this and stuff, but yeah, but the amount of people that do that kit, the amount of complaints I've seen about it, and it all comes to 0.5 millimetre of material, but it's that domino effect. But yeah, good that you've got that 190 done. Okay, is that that is an insane paint job, right? Okay. Oh, you'd love to see someone try it. Yeah, not me today. You just gave us COVID. Sorry about that. Apparently sneezing isn't, if someone's got sneezes, that's not COVID. Apparently, I don't know. I've not been out since March. Read a thing from Israeli pilot who said flying the F-16 was sitting in a recliner playing a video game except with G-forces. Basically, that's actually the same sort of position as the little Rutan VOD. It's basically, I was calling that a sitting in a lawn chair. Airfix stuffed up a model kit, tries to act shocked. You know, it's the thing is, they've actually what happened is they've actually very cleverly put a sprue gate in, so when you file it away, it's actually against where the seams come together, not sticking out. So when you file it down, you don't rub away any of the detail. Problem is, people haven't realised that, and they just try to stick it, which makes it even bigger. But Bandy, evening mate, how are you? Cheers for popping on. I have spent a long time. I've built for car. Yeah, so have I. That's the thing. Is Tosh, I have done some kits which have been absolutely terrible, and it just goes with the territory. It's building kits. So when people moan, they get a kit for £5, which has got some lovely detail on it. Hang on, where's my one? I had it down the other day because I was doing some weathering on it. It's got some for 72nd scale. It has got loads of fine little detail on there, loads of recessed rivets and stuff. You can really go to town on this kit, and people are knocking it because they don't bother to file down a little bit of sprue. And then if that doesn't fit, yeah, I'd forgotten about the cowling, but again with that is you just basically, you're making a model. Every now and again things don't fit perfectly, so what you do is you put the bit of Tamiya extra thin on it, you hold it in place, and then you just leave it whilst you wait for the glue to cure, and then it, you know, locks it all in, and then it was fine. But it was literally just a little sprue gate down by the tail wheel, but the sprue gate was actually on the inside, on the mating surface, not sitting proud as it normally would do. So if you looked, you wouldn't actually see it, and that opened it up. And if that opened up, then it wouldn't fit. The wings wouldn't fit, and God, idiots. Anyway, rant over. But yes, I have spent a bit of time, shall we say, researching paint codes for tanks. Let's just put that. That's all I'm going to say, and not just English tanks now after our conversation earlier. So yeah, good little chat we had the other day, yesterday, and today. And little Miss Ali, and is that a tea and gin as well? Hello, you two. How are you? Hope you're both keeping well. How's it going? What were you building the other day? I saw you doing, oh, okay. It was obviously a plastic kit of some description. Are there other bits that I need to get on now? No. Okay. So let's get, oh, and for those who have just turned up, I'm starting a new kit this evening. I haven't I've technically finished the 109 now, and I've not finished the Rutan Quickie, but I thought, just because that's so small and fiddly, I'll just do something a little bit more fun and then just go a little between the two. Oh, it was the F4U one. Yes, yeah. I haven't seen you do any of the ME262 though. That's going to be fun. Are you doing the full-on mottling paint on that one? Because if so, good luck. Oh, because Cube Jam is also doing a 262, isn't he? I think. I'm getting withdrawals, haven't touched the material for 2 days. Yeah, every now and again you do just need to have a day off. I'm glad you're building that one, because once I saw it in your stack before, you weren't even building it at the time, you just, no, your stash, and I saw it there and I thought, oh, hope he does that soon. I'm good, thanks. Started craft streams Thursday. Cool. Had to rush off as I stepped. Yes, I did see mottling. Yes, yes, I did see that you were the other day that you had family sort of yeah, was going to hospital and things. I was like, oh crikey. So hopefully, you know, thoughts with your loved ones and all those sort of things. Hope hope he's doing well and that sort of thing. Cool. Now let's get some paint on stuff. I don't know what paint I need to get on, but I'll put some paint on it anyway. I need X18. No, let's start off with XF20 first of all. Ah, right. This is, I'd gone through my crib sheet earlier. No. Okay, XF20 is the medium grey, but for that I am using, although I've got XF20 in, actually I will cross-reference this. This should be the one ending 114. I'll put that in order. Medium grey, which should... okay, if my paint combinations are correct, that should be the same, when in actual fact that looks closer to that one. So that's likely. This is medium grey, and this is these are two medium greys. I mean, that is the correct. I'm going to go for the Vallejo one. It might just be that when it actually comes out, it'll look... It's got a bit more of a, definitely got a bit more of a bluish tint, hasn't it? He had a heart attack. Oh God! But coming back home to, oh phew. Okay, so he's still in, so that's good. Vallejo are well known for getting colour matches wrong. Yes, but that's the thing, as I'm looking to change it, and also I do want to use these up. Sometimes they get them right. This is right. This is the medium grey. This is the... Well, what I'm actually kind of... oh, I'm going to do this one anyway, because I think... I've got a feeling it will come out a bit better. Let's say, if not, then it's just that one looks too plain grey, and it does need to have a bit of blue in it, I think. Am I justifying it to myself? Possibly. Right, this, the top around cockpit. That, well, to be honest, compared to the box art, and I do quite like the balls on Tamiya, what they've done is they've not gone for box art, they've put a picture of the model, the built model, on the box. So, you know, the fact they've done that, and also that does actually match. So I'm going to go for... I don't trust Tamiya paint codes, to be honest, or Tamiya paints. You might say Vallejo don't always match up, but I don't think Tamiya's do very much either. But saying that, whack a load of weathering on it and who cares. That's my philosophy. Well, I'm not going to be able to weather this because this is going to be pretty much a showbird sort of thing. Anyway, turn that on. And build some pressure in there. Okay, found an issue of War Games Illustrated in a local corner shop, which came with a sprue of Greek hot light. Okay, yeah, black and white. Okay, they tend to do that with most of their car kits, the model rather than crazy art. Okay, not all the time, but generally they get it close. Oh, what? How? What? That's not good. Not done anything. I'm already having airbrush problems. That's not good. My needle's stuck. Oh, there we are. Ew, good. There's I've got a funny feeling that last time I used my airbrush, I forgot to clean it out afterwards. Oh well. Let's sling in a bit of something or rather and see what happens. The Tamiya, right? Okay. Yeah, there's. Yeah, I don't know. I've not. I've often found. Yeah, yeah, I know. I should have cleaned that out. Yeah, I, to be honest, have found that I've had more success with Valeos than Tamiyas, to be honest. But again, that doesn't mean that I'm the expert on that one. I might just be completely wrong. But the well, at least that blew out some cleaner. I wonder what I put in there last. I've got a feeling I was sticking through. Oh, God knows, I don't know. It's out now. Perhaps need to start asking Father Christmas for a new airbrush. Pressure seems quite low as well. Was I doing MRPs through it or something? It might be. I don't know what I'm asking you. I'm not expecting you to start going through me VODs and stuff and having an encyclopedic knowledge of what I painted last, but no, that seems a bit better. Okay, so we will whack on something. XF to should I do the white first? Let's do what's white first, because then I've got that out through the airbrush. I think I just have a white. So what needs to be white? That needs to be white. That's that for now. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah. We seem to have white paint coming out. Okay, that's working. I knew there was something. Before I forget, just need to put some white in there. Perhaps I should have cleaned the airbrush out properly. It's definitely got a bit more of a speckled effect going on there. That's fine. What's up? I think what it might be is the MRP paints go through the airbrush really nicely because they're kind of like a hot sort of thing. They are a lacquer. They're a lacquer acrylic, and with the they go nicely with the self leveling thinner and stuff as well. But I think it's sort of the residue leaves stuff in the airbrush. But then, when you're just doing something like a Vallejo, which is a more fragile paint, it then doesn't like that, and that's when it starts having the issues. Possibly. I don't know. What do I know? I've got a bit of this in. Anything else that needs a little bit of white lobbed on it? Landing gear. Oh, that's run out anyway. Put a bit of airbrush thinner in. That might help. Blow that through. So is anyone actually actively building a kit as we speak? Anyone sat at the bench? Anyone actually anyone cutting plastic? That seems to be better. Yeah. Oh, Killer, what you oh, you working on your thingy again? The one that you just said just now. I'm building a matchbox base. Oh, and modify. I'm building a matchbox base and modifying a Model A Ford. Oh God. Okay. That wasn't an answer I was expecting. Yeah, putting the decals on the F-19. Oh, will that decal include a certain spiral? Not that I'm putting pressure on you. Not that I'm putting pressure on you, but when it goes on, if it looks right, just bloody leave it. Just leave it. Applying decals to your tank. Cool. Yes, hopefully going to be doing after doing a little Tiger 1, I'm hopefully getting a new tank soon, but to do as well. But because I'm having to get some paints and stuff for it, I'm actually thinking, well, I might have to do a bit more, on there. Right. Oh, hang on a minute. You've just, hang on, Papa. You just, yes, that's the one. Oh God, I'm not. Hang on, let's copy and paste that. Actually, I was going to say, I'm putting links in might work actually now with my chat. That's probably, I'll probably start getting asked to be famous again. But yeah, that's what, for those that haven't seen this Solo Turk, the Tiger Meat, yeah, that would be, it would be lovely, but you'd have the amount of bottles of that stuff you'd have to get through to do it, to get all that to bed down and sit. Yeah, that's one. And that, looking at it, that has also got the have glass, the goldy coloured one, not the smoke one. So because this is the 2001 or 2011 or something, the one that I'm doing. Oh yeah, that would be yeah, right, okay, let's not get distracted. Scratch building, hang on, right. Doing figures and equipment for a diorama. Cool. Okay. Actually, it seems like a few of you are doing sort of bases and dioramas and those sort of things. Scratch building. Yeah, I need to, Killer, I think I said the other day in my one, I need to come up with a way to hide wires and stuff for my Osprey. I've just built a temporary box for a switching thing, but if I can then turn that box or take stuff out of the box and turn it into like a generator unit or something, and redo the wires, it's a temporary fixing, but it kind of works at the moment until I know what else to do. Tasha's applying details to his to your tank. You've probably now finished applying the details to your tank. There's not too many. If it was like my little Tiger 1, there's not too compared to a plane. There's not as many decals to go on. Decals. I call them decals. Do I? Decals. Decal. I can't. Whatever one I call it. Right. So I stuck a little bit of white on. And just blowing that through seems to have cleared the airbrush a little bit as well, which is nice. X20, XF20, which is the medium grey, or in this, yeah, medium grey. I'm going for the Vallejo one. That goes on the inside and also the cockpits. So that's the internal walls. Yeah, a little bit of this on. Oh, I'd unscrewed the lid before I gave it a final shake, and know what normally happens there. Made a raised base for all the electronics hidden underneath the base, just the wires that go into the kit. That's what I was going to be doing with. That was the initial plan actually for the Osprey, was to do it on a raised base. But what initial, plans are, and what ends up happening can be two different things. Okay, now I've blown out whatever was clogging the brush up. I can turn that pressure down a touch now. Actually, now this is going on. This is looking a bit on the blue side. It's going down better than that white did. I'd say this is definitely more blue. Oh, well. I'm guessing. The thing is, you start with a cockpit in this one, and then, like that 109, you finish with a cockpit as well. So that's going to need a blow on a bit of, do the ejection seat and the instrument panel whilst I'm there, and got this stuff out. I mean, I am guaranteed to miss something anyway, but that's inevitable. I don't think that was necessary, but belt and braces and all that. Right, where's my little fella? No, there's his seat. Obviously, I'm going to be painting these bits in more detail and stuff anyway, but because I know these are going to have this colour as the base, as I've got it in the airbrush, I might as well at least give it a bit of a quick dusting of it now. Tamiya always say paint the injection seat the same colour as the cockpit, but 90%. Hang on, but 90% ATR. Hang on, what? Hang on, but 90%. Hang on, I'm trying to work that out. Seems, but 90% R. Black. Yes, okay, that makes sense now. Yeah, but 90% are black. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, it's just got a bit of this colour on the side, so as it calls for it, what I will be doing is, of course, looking at a few reference pictures as well, because I did that with the 109, and it's surprising how many variations and things there are, and ways that you can just add a little bit of extra to it. Also as well with this, it appears that I've also got to mask the inside of the canopy again. Never done that before until the other day, and it looks like I'll be doing it twice in 2 successive builds. What am I looking for? I'm just looking at the things now. I've gone off in my own little world for a bit. Right, for the moment, that's C6 is also XF20. Right. Definitely a bit more bluer than I was expecting it to be. That is definitely more blue than grey, but it's more. I still think it's closer than what the Tamiya one. It does look a little bit darker than it looks. The right colour, but darker. I would actually say somewhere between the two would have been the right one, but that's hindsight. What I would do actually is, whilst I've got a little in there, drip of white and a little bit of a thinner. A couple of drops of that. That's far too many drops. This is going to take bloody ages to dry now. And I'm just going to spray it over again with the lightened, just to knock it back a touch. Ah. Try that back a bit. Yeah, because the amount of thinner I put in there, that just gulped. It was so thin, I literally just chucked it through in a split second. But dry that back a bit. Okay, that was a quick and easy fix, and actually got it pretty much bang on the shade I want. It's just toned it back a touch. Probably should have done the injection seat at the same time, but okay, that's, yeah. I mean, obviously I'm going to be repainting that and stuff anyway. No, that's cool. I'm going to call that a success and move on to the next part. Let's leave those to dry for a moment. Can I get onto the next part whilst those are still wet? That's the question. I want to be picking details and stuff out of them as well. No, can't do that until I'm kind of hit a bit of a. I need to wait until I can do my instrument panels and stuff before I can sandwich it all together, and then once that's on, other parts can start coming onto it. But at the moment, I can't really do anything until I've got the two halves together. Let's just do a bit of cutting off of sprues and filing down whilst we just give that a couple of minutes to dry. Then I can detail up the cockpit. One of them, I've already done that. And some wings. If I could get this to actually look like a plane by the end of tonight's session, that will be good. Thank you for the follow. Cheers. Sorry, hang on. Armin 3DPL. Hang on, DP. No, hang on. D. That was an exclamation mark. God, crikey, I'm losing my sight and my mind at the same time. Thanks very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Cheers for following. Hope you're having a good, I was going to say evening. I'm assuming it's evening or afternoon or some point on a Saturday for you. You don't have to, feel free to lurk, but if you want to, let us know what you do and why you do it. No, whether you're a modeller and if you're building anything at the moment, where you are. There's a few, as you might be able to tell in the chat, there's a few other modelers in the chat and everything as well. So, don't know, you might already be following a few other people. Don't forget the nose weight. Oh yeah, good point on that one. Although I haven't actually seen details for nose weight, but I will. Good point. I will whack some nose weight in it when it comes to it as well. Actually, that is a very good call. So yeah, cheers for the follow. So if you are, I mean, you don't mind, you know, not trying to be too personal there, but if you are a modeler, let us know. And if you're building anything in particular, or any sort of interest that you have, it's always nice to, you know, join in a bit of a chat if you want. And what's that? A wrap pack, I see. It right. Hang on. Tamiya always the same paint. Okay, hang on. Blah blah blah. Typing over my build. Yeah, killer. That's what I thought you were going to be doing. It doors off when it dries. Yes. And wrap pack. How are you, mate? I hope you're keeping well. Hope you are good. Don't forget the nose weight, and then we've also just said hello to Armin as well. So yeah, how are you keeping, Rat Pack? How's it been going for you recently? For those that have just joined, food coma. Oh right, you've just been eating so much that you're just kind of having that sort of like you're just going to sit back and let the stomach breathe for a bit, I'm guessing. Just trying to work out on here which of the things I need to file back and which ones are actually the mounting points for the armament. So yes, as I was saying, sorry, just getting myself distracted by myself. Doing a new kit, starting. I haven't finished what I've been working on at the moment, but it's getting close to. So I thought, instead of working on that little resin one tonight where no one's able to see a bloody thing, I thought I would crack on and do something new, which is my second entry for the buddy build. So 1 to 72nd scale Tamiya F-16 Fighting Falcon. So that should be, hopefully should be a fun one. I mean, it's quite a new tooling. Well, I say new tooling, I think it was released in 2014. So as far as that goes, I would class that as a modern Tamiya kit. And the modern Tamiya kits I have had quite good success with actually recently, and quite good fun making. They've worked with me. They've been kits that have wanted to be built. They've not fought me. They've gone along with it. So I thought I've been doing that little resin one and stuff like that. Went a bit, you know, doing the detail and everything on that 109 in the 48 scale. I thought, let's just do something a bit small, a bit simple, have some fun, and then get back to the larger ones or something a little bit more detail later. I've been working a little on RC. That was it. I thought I'd finished 2-3 years ago. How wrong I was. Yes, the thing I recently, and I say recently, literally, what day are we on? We're on Saturday. I think it was Tuesday. I got some oils and had never tried weathering with oils. I'm now going through all the kits that I thought I had finished, and I'm now re-looking at them all again. And now going to start. I mean, I've got my. You might just be able to see it there. the Mosquito that I built last year. I'm now looking at that again, thinking, yeah, that actually could probably do with a little bit of oil weathering, actually, just to bring out a few extra little details and just add a little extra something to it. So I know what you mean. It's never when you think you've done stuff. Yeah, I'm now going to have to go through all my kits that I've built in the last few years, take them all off the shelf, take them all out the out the loft, and start seeing if I can do oil weathering on them. Because I seem to have had quite good fun doing that before. Got the wings cleaned up, an A13 and an A14. But yeah, good call about that nose weight. I must remember about that because it doesn't. I'm sure it doesn't give any instructions in there when putting the nose. No, definitely no, nothing on that. You've got to make the hole itself for the tube that goes in there, but nothing on that part about adding nose weights. But I will. I'd actually forgotten about that. I've been doing so many World War II things, kits recently. I've not needed nose weights. I haven't done a modern jet since last spring, summertime, I reckon. Must have been the Tornado I did for a modern jet. And that I did stick a load of weight in the nose on that one. I wasn't taking chances with that because being a swing wing, you put the wings back and a load of the weight suddenly shifts back, and I didn't want that one tipping up because I didn't know how I was going to be displaying it. So I just was jamming in as much weight as I could. So I think what I'll do is I'll build the nose up in a bit, and then I can put weight in there and flood it with a load of PVA glue. I find that's the best thing to do. Oh, because I did notice Bart did that recently. Put the glue in for the nose weight, wasn't it? And I've heard other people do it as well. Melted the obviously the glue melted the nose cone itself. Anyway, right. So good evening, Zeds. Cheers for popping in. Hope you are well. Hope you're having a good weekend. Hope you're up to. Let me know if you're up to anything. Rat Pack. Right, I'd put around 25 lights on the truck, somewhere in the wrong place. Oh, you and Killer need to have a conversation. You've just said the word lights. Somewhere in the wrong place. Someone even put in, and some I need to change with other lights I have. Also missing some parts, so I had to reorder them. Sadly, the most important thing is the missing Mercedes logo. That's supposed to be in the grille. I can't find one other than one of the lights in it, but they don't know when they'll get it back in stock. And the thing alone costs $50. Oh, Jesus, right. That's I use Fishing Shot, and what I've got is I've got and PVA. Yeah, I use PVA because I have heard of people using super glue, and yeah, just chuck me a brush. Well, just mop that. I've heard of people using super glue and stuff, and of course it melts the old stuff off. There we are. That's one way. What was in there? I really need to clean that thing out. Lucky that it didn't go on the carpet. That would have been very annoying. Oh, now I really am smashing the place up. Did I get any on the wall? No, that makes a change. Yeah, but it absolutely stinks just of horribleness. Right. Top tip. Make sure you do give your airbrush thing a rinse out now and again, because I just dropped it on the floor. Only a little come out through the little hole there, but obviously it just with all the horrible stuff spraying in there, it just absolutely smells rank. Not so much. I think all the chemicals are burnt off. You moved your camera. Is that when that fell? Oh, hang on. That didn't go too much over, did it? There we are. Oh, it was about there. So I'm just smashing the place up at the moment. working on the FX P51 at the moment. Is that the same one as what Cube Jam was doing? Because of course, he reminded me. Yes, be super careful putting a bunch of glue in. Have I got it in my little rack system? Yes, I have. What I've got is liquid steel. It sounds more exciting than it probably is. So £3, obviously, but it's they're little lead. It's quite a bit of weight to it. I mean, in that little thing, it's 200 grams, which for a little bottle. So that's quite a bit of weight. But in there, it's lots of little bits of little bits of round metal. But the good thing is, because they're quite small, they're discs, they're not circular. They're sort of they're discs, they're not spherical. So because they are small, and there's different sizes, there's some really small ones, some larger ones, is I find that what you can do is get it in there and tamp it down into a nose cone and put PVA on it and let that sort of go. Yeah, it's basically lead shots. It is. They call it liquid steel, but it's not steel. I don't think it's magnetic. I would imagine it is just that. No, that's not magnetic. So I will leave that out to remind me, because you know what happens otherwise. Good intentions and all that. Now let's get a bit of paint on here, and we will go for a black paint. I will go for the NATO black because I don't want it to be glossy. This is actually quite a matte black, and I do want a sort of a matte black in there just for painting on the instrument panels. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, was that a knock? Hello? Hang on, people. Oh, is that a Dickie Stumbles as well? Right, hello. Right, let me just grab. Aha. Thank you very much. Oh, is there more? Oh, we've got quite a selection. It's Saturday night.
Don't feel like you have to eat it
No,
all.
I will though. I've just been told that I don't have to eat it all. So thank you very much. And before we do anything else, and before I forget, I think you all know what time of the evening it is. Cool, Dickie's just in time for tea time. You're looking at your watch going, oh God, I've got to get on Twitch soon. Hey, all right, Dickie, how are you? Yes, that was, 8 o'clock. Oh, in the UK at least it is 8 o'clock already. So, as you all know, 8 o'clock means tea time. So, got me a cup of tea, milk, no sugar, and I know that what you're all here for. What's on the plate today? What is on the plate today? Well, let's zoom into Biscuit Cam. We have got, we're not going to have a conversation about what biscuits are again with for American watchers who maybe are new to the stream. These aren't the biscuits you think. You don't have them with gravy, and your gravy isn't even proper gravy anyway. Let's just get out of the way now. 2 digestives, got a hobnob, got a chocolate digestive, dark chocolate, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chocolate fingers as well. So it really is Saturday night here. I mean, we could go out, go partying and all that sort of thing, but no, we're going to stay in, drink tea, eat biscuits, make models. That is what we are here for. So the new subscribers are thinking, or the new followers are thinking, what the hell, I'll just build the bloody model, mate. But more eating stuff, but look good. So let's get a chocolate finger on. Nice selection. It is a good selection actually. So I do still find it odd that the guys, stateside guys, are still thinking, oh God, wouldn't want to have biscuits with a cup of tea. No, it's completely different. Right, let's get a little bit of detail on these. That's a small brush. Let's get a mince pie tin. So if you recall, if you were watching, before and after Christmas, I was eating mince pies with my cup of tea. Getting quite claustrophobic here already. What I discovered is for an impromptu paint pot, I can just a little paint mixer, a little dab of paint. Weirdly, I just thought, I wonder if my compressor's turned on, and as I thought that, it let me know it was. And to help with flow, I'm just going to put a little dab, because this isn't really, that's Model Air, that was far too much. Just to help it flow around. It normally works better with Tamiya one, but just wanted to put a little, but just try and soak some of that off. A little bit of the airbrush cleaner, and that just sort of seems to do something to the paint. That because normally, actually, if you get your normal Valleos, they won't actually go through an airbrush. You need to add some. You need the Model Air, or there's something else that you can add, flow improver, which then makes it a bit better. Yeah. Good evening, chaps. Hang on, chin out that. Hang on. Chin out, trousers down. Fair enough. How are you, Kit Checker? Are you keeping well? Nice select. I found biscuits in the supermarket, so we do have them. Oh, cool. You've actually been hunting down a biscuit. Yeah. Anyway, Kit Checker, how's you, mate? Are you keeping well? And Ian's in the house as well. Good morning, Ian. Happy Sunday morning. How's things going for you? How's things? We're really we're going Austria and Australia tonight, aren't we? Hope you're well. Hope you're good. I was going to say, hope you're keeping busy, unless you want to just be chilling out and relaxing because it's the weekend. And in that case, and also as well, Ian, really good to see, mate, that you're Mozzie. Yeah, you've not just actually talking Mozzie. You can just see the wing of mine there. Actually, that that's not been just you're still you're doing it. Let's put it that way. I know that you had actually started it long back, but good detail on there. There was like the wheel wells and stuff in there. You've got some really nice detail going on there. My typing is messied up. Right, just painting this all the breaker switches and stuff. We'll do far too much of that thinner stuff on there. So I'm just having to knock the excess off the brush. But if this all goes wrong, then I put far too much smoke in the canopy and have the canopy shut. That's the simple answer to that, isn't it? I don't know if I'm going to be able to put as much detail into the cockpit switches as what Plastic Alchemist was on his the other night. We'll give it a crack. Sorry, I think I was doing that off camera. I was just so I was getting closer and closer to my face, and it's kind of working, but it's kind of not. Can't quite work this one out. Use a cocktail stick. Yeah. At the moment, what I'm doing is I'm not actually painting in there. That reminds me, you need a cuppa. Yeah, what I'm doing is I'm just putting on the the black for the panels themselves, not the actual switches at the moment. So it's just basically the black panels themselves. So the cockpit tub essentially is the light grey, the bluey grey colour, whatever it was meant to be. What was it? Medium grey. So then I'm now just doing the panels themselves are black, and then what I would do is then go over and then start trying to pick out the actual, see if I can effectively dry brush the switches in. But I don't think these switches are so small. I don't think it's going to be worth trying to paint even with a cocktail stick. I sometimes find if things are too small, even with good intentions, something like a 48 scale World War II, you know, some of the switches are bigger. But personally, I'm kind of thinking for this, small switches in 72nd scale, that will look actually quite odd. If I actually start trying to paint them, they will look like blobs of paint, no matter how small I try to get them. That's probably just that's, you know, because of my painting technique. But just from my experience and my painting technique, that's what they'll look like. And we've also got some rudder pedals in there as well, so I might as well stick a little bit of something on there. I've got that far too thin down, but what's there? It wants me. So why would I put that on there but not there? No, let's do that later. That's just going to be silly if I try to do that now. That's a detail to be added later. So now we have got basically painted the panels themselves black. So next is to try to do the switches. Where was that silver? Because that worked quite well with that. And pretty much, it's not technically dry brushing. I did do this a while back. Basically dry brush on silver. And that should just pick out the raised details. Like so. I mean, I don't think the camera is going to pick that up at all, but I will take a picture of it in a bit and stick in the old your Discord group in a second. Probably get rid of that cocktail stick soon. Okay, I'm happy with that. So what I will now continue to do is just to put a bit more on there. That will then push it too far and then I'll be unhappy with it. Because that's how it goes. I mean, there's probably decals I could have just stuck on here and they would have just bedded on it. It would have been really nice. But okay, don't know how well that's going to show up on there. But believe me, they if you can't see it, then they look absolutely amazing. And just trust me on that one. Right, okay. That's what you talk about. Okay. All in here. What are you working on, Robson? Good. Thank you for asking that. Actually, I cheers for remind because I keep forgetting to tell people what I'm doing. Kit checker. I am starting a new kit tonight, which is the Lockheed Martin F-16CJ Block 50 Fighting Falcon by Tamiya in 1:72 scale. So yeah, basically starting a new kit, doing it as part of that buddy build, which is in part of the basically the live modelers live stream one. So that's plan for this one. Also, because I've been doing a few Second World War things, I've been doing a few things in sort of 48 scale, doing a few sort of bits like that. I thought I wanted to mix it up. And I know, okay, I've been doing, yeah, I do mix things up. I've done a little a tank recently in 72nd scale, and I'm doing the still haven't finished it yet. I say still, I haven't been doing it that long, only just started it last week. But the little mini resin kit that I'm doing, just that really small one. But I just thought actually just to do some basically a fast jet. Not done a fast jet for about a year now actually, and I used to do them loads. So it's yeah, thought I'd have a crack with it, and just something to change a gear really, keep going, because it's easy just to get into the groove. I've got a few kits that I've got to be doing. Last year or two, before I started streaming, I did a whole load of 72nd kits because I had some really nice 48 scale kits, but I felt like I wanted to get the 72nd ones out the way. So I got them kind of like out the way, so to speak, and then sort of thought, no, I actually want to do another one, nice fast jet sort of thing that's not done for ages. And I always think, when I was growing up, you always sort of done kit, never, as a kid, you'd never done a 48 scale. The 48 scale didn't exist. Everything was done in 72nd, and you always wanted to do fast jets because they were cool. The occasional Spitfire or something, but basically that's what you wanted, was to do the Tonkas, those sort of things. So actually, I wouldn't say this is a blast to my childhood, so to speak, but it just feels nice to go back to doing a fast jet. Something about doing a fast jet in 72nd scale. Done a Tornado last year doing it, and it kind of felt right. So yeah, that's what I'm doing tonight. I'm gonna. Oh, you're working on the diorama. Well deserved break from everything. Looking forward to seeing pics. Oh, you've just reminded me. What I should do is to do. Oh, that's still a bit wet. Do a picture of that. It doesn't look so good now. It's definitely from an angle. Yeah, that will do. Okay, I'll take a quick snap, and then I will stick it in the old Discord in a moment. There we go. Get the lights. That'll bloody do. Right, okay. Just gonna keep locking this out about my phone. Put that the right way up. I always find it, my phone always wants to turn everything upside down. Flick it over. I've just lightened it up a touch just to add a bit of contrast. Although it now looks more blue in the picture than even more blue now in that picture. And I'll stick this in the Discord group now, just so if anyone's watching live, they can just see that in work in progress. And we will just call that cockpit. There we go. So just drop that in my Discord group for anyone, and actually I'll put a link in there in just a moment actually from a Discord for anyone who isn't, just so you can see what I'm doing, because that camera's not going to pick up at all. Awesome, amazing kit, Rob, love it. Okay. Oh, have you built this one before actually? Could also read the titles. Yeah, to be honest, I wasn't going to point that one out actually. I started to, and I thought no, let's be kind. But no, Cube is here too. Hey man, how are you? Yes, actually, what I would do for that, I think you all are, to be honest, or most of you are, and for those that aren't, probably aren't bothered. But I'll stick in me old Discord anyway, just in case anyone's bothered, in case anyone's paying attention, anyone wants to follow along, build at home. But yeah, this is actually, wanted to do, and when I was looking at picking kits to do, I thought I'll do a Tamiya one, because I've had fun doing Tamiya ones recently. I've had success with them. This was tooled in, when was this made? This was a 2014 this was released, so I thought it should be quite a new one as well. So hopefully, what's X for? I was meant to put some details on here. That is blue. Oh, okay, let's paint something blue. Chuck on a few little minor bits. Should have done this just now, as always. What's wrong with that? Is this dry? Yeah, not really. Okay, that's still tacky. Okay, let's not... I'll just have to paint that in situ. No. Try it again. I'm not liking that. Seem to have something on these brushes. Well, paint obviously. We've now got a blue smear on here. Obviously the paint that I've put on, the white paint, hasn't quite dried, so I've just tried to put some bits on just to pick out some details, and capillary action just took it all off. Well, off of where it should be to where it shouldn't be. Cotton bud. That's what they're there for. Oh God, this has cocked up a treat. I might have to oh, I can stick it in there. I can just touch that bit up anyway. I'm just making work for myself more than anything else. Oh yeah, that won't cause a... Oh, if I'd left that, that wouldn't have been seen anyway. Typical Tamiya kit. If something goes wrong, then it's your fault. Okay, so what I've done there is put the blue on, but the blue was a lot thinner, and it went onto the paint whilst it was still a little bit wet, and it just started running, which was fine. But I then tried to wipe it off. Ironically, where it had run to, if I'd actually checked beforehand, it wouldn't have seen, because it would have actually gone under that side bit there. But the way that I tried to take it off, I've actually just smeared it, so it's actually gone into the more visible bit. So what I need to do is wait for that to properly dry, and then I will just touch it up so it looks worse than what it is. And I'm going to be... It's not the last of those paints coming out anyway, so it's not like I've got to redo anything specially for it. Just mildly annoying. Anyway, right, so good choice. Right, barely here, almost on the way out. Are you well, you're working tonight, are you, Cube? Anyway, Rob, Dookie Down. Dookie, how are you? Hello, how's you? You keeping well? What was it? Yeah. How are you keeping? Whenever I pop on to see you doing stuff, you're always deep in a spray booth at the time. So, yeah, hi, thanks for dropping it by. I hope you're keeping well. Dickie, what was saying that maybe the reason why your phone show all your pictures upside down is you got the Australian model. I walked right into that one, didn't I? I was thinking you were going to tell me some sort of setting that I've got on there, and I've done the thing, and it's like no. Anyway, so evening until Tuesday. Adios. Oh, you're off. Okay. Have a good. I'm assuming you're working for the next few days and those sort of things, or doing something. But see you. Yeah. Or actually, all right. Is that one an next stream? I don't know my own schedule now. See you, Cube. Have a good one. Take care. Stay safe, etc. And yes. Anyway, right. Let's have another mouthful of tea. I'm actually. This is the quickest a kit's gone together for ages. Those that know me tend to know that I am. It's not that I'm a slow builder. I just don't do it quickly. You think if you do it slowly and methodically, you won't make mistakes, but I still manage to. Use a bit of this glue for this one. This is like an internal part bonding on, so I'm not too worried about having perfect seams or anything. I just want to make sure I've got plenty of glue on it. And right, cockpit tub in, wheel well in. I've already done that bit, and now we can already start putting that together. Let's test fits. Let's file things down. Lucky I noticed that. Especially as I'm always ranting about people not filing down tabs and leaving tabs on and creating panel gaps and all those sort of things. I've got to say, so far I am impressed with this kit. Just the general, quality of it. I mean, it's only going to be small. This thing's going to be about 6 and a little bit inches long, I think, when it's done. What was the scale of it? Wingspan is less than 6 inches, and it'll be about 8 inches long by the time all in, and that's including your pitot tube sticking out the front of it as well. Right, so I'm going to have to just hold that for a little bit whilst the glue dries, but at the moment, no major issues with that. So my usual sort of thing is just to use this glue just to sort of tack weld it. Just temporary, and then use the Tamiya extra thin to properly bond it. Because there's such good access to the cockpits, the actual instrument panel drops in afterwards. So there's no bits hidden away in there at the moment. I can still go in and get to any other bits to do a little bit more detailing on there. Maybe just sort of dry brush the walls once the ejection seat and everything drops into it as well. So I can, yeah, I'll be able to sort of get in there and just sort of neaten up anything if I feel the need to in a bit. But now that glue has done its job just to hold it together. Now I'll run round and properly bond it with the Tamiya Extra Thin. And then just give that a moment to do its stuff, and then get some wings on, and then I'd have made a plane. I think when I'd done the, what was it, the 109, I'm sure it took me about 3 streams before I'd actually got round to putting the cockpit, you know, the put the 2 halves of the fuselage together and even think about putting the wings on. Don't think I'm going to be needing clothes pegs to hold this one together. I need to get some more glue as well at some point. Not running out yet, but will do soon. Just as I said, I don't think I'm going to need clothes pegs. These end bits, right at the end, they might just, oh no, they just needed to wait for the glue just to start working. I don't think we got any panel lines or any gaps in there, so there we are. We've now got a fuselage stuck together. So only very diddy. It does feel very small, especially after doing things like the, you know, so working on that sort of thing. This feels smaller scale. I mean, obviously, I'm ignoring the fact I'm doing that little resin kit, but after doing, you know, all that chuffing great Osprey, this just feels so. Those feel like a lump in your hand. Even the 109 sort of felt like, you know, once you got it together, it was still sort of like a bit solid. You know, that to be honest, the Osprey felt like it was a, you know, you could get done for, if you carried that down the street, you'd get stopped for carrying a, you know, an illegal weapon. You know, it was such a lump. A little bit more in there. Doing an aggressor, I'm going to go with the basically the grey one, kit checker. I'm not, basically they're all variations of the grey, to be honest, which is on the box art. Well, I say box art. I do like the way that with this one they've done here's a picture of the model, you can make this model, this is the model you will make, not kind of covered it up by having fancy box art. I don't know the last time I actually had a kit where they actually put, I mean, it probably makes it cheaper, but I mean, it kind of, when you sort of see that, you think, right, okay, 7-second scale, there's some fine detail in there. It's something to aim for. So I'll do that, but I'm going to do the option with the tiger meat one, which is still the same sort of thing, but you got the decal on the tail, which you probably can't see there. It's got a line, a tiger, not a lion, it's a tiger meat one, of a tiger sort of like ripping it. They've, you know, painted its, you know, so it's like the tiger ripping its way through. So yeah, going to do that one, but they're all, I'm doing this an out the box. This is deliberately just an out the box sort of fun build. I know the 109, which I recently did, was out the box, but there was so much detail to it that Oh, yeah, that was an out of the box one, but it didn't need stuff. And also, um, having done a few camo sort of things and stuff recently, I just want to do just a plain. It sounds odd, but just do something like a plain grey, but maybe it's pre-shading sort of thing, but not weathered. And so if I'm trying to do a bit of a show bird, I want to keep it clean because the grey, no, sorry, the weathering is very useful for hiding. My kind of way, what I'm doing, I've realised that I'm kind of getting stuck in a groove of building kits, but not to a really, really high standard, but to a good standard. But then putting weathering in, which will cover up those little minor things that didn't quite make it perfect the first time round. So they're not getting really mucky weathered, but I'm just thinking, am I using weathering as a way just to maybe hide, just as a bit of a cover up, maybe? I don't know. But I was thinking if I could do something to a standard where I'm not going to weather it. That's one of the things that's actually sort of putting me off, so to speak, of doing the car build later on in the year for these buddy builds, because with a car you've kind of got to get it perfect, and with aircraft, especially military, you can kind of get away, by saying, well, that's a bit wear and tear sort of thing. So I want to do something that hasn't got that wear and tear. Yeah, that's what. Yes, exactly. I mean, also, but saying that, weathering adds loads of character to a kit as well. So, I do think that for some things, putting weathering on is actually not just hiding things away. It's a requirement for some kits. Oh, hang on, that was you need to pester me about the pics, or I'll never remember to take them. Yeah, that's what I keep trying to do as well with mine, is to try to remember to take pictures. The worst thing that I do is I take pictures but then don't do anything with them, and then I find on my phone loads of pictures of stuff that I've taken pictures of kits and not actually done anything with. That's why just now when I done that one, I thought I'm actually just going to spend a couple of seconds to drop it directly into Discord whilst I think about it. Just whilst I'm there. My Instagram, I'm about 3 kits behind on my Instagram. I don't think I've even got any photos on Instagram. No, I think the last picture I put on Instagram, and I might be wrong, might have actually been of the Osprey build right at the beginning of it as well. And that was a while back now. That was before Christmas. Yeah, when I actually finished that kit, let alone when I actually started it. And then we got some wings on. Again, run round with the Tamiya extra thin because I just want to feel there are panel lines, but those panel lines might be a little bit bigger than what they should be. Especially how fine the panel lines are in this thing. It's quite shocking how small they are. You put a little bit too much primer in and suddenly bang, you're going to lose it all. I'll just push that in. Now, before painting this, what I'm going to do is, there's actually not much. Let's flick you over there. Sorry about that. Thought you were looking over my shoulder then, but you weren't. Is this in the wing route? You're probably not even going to. I mean, this is just me being fussy now. If that was 1:48 scale, that wouldn't be a problem. But the join lines where these wings are going in, the panel lines, I say 1:48 scale, wouldn't worry about. But those panels, those join lines are bigger than the more finer details around there. So I may just put a little, once that's dried off, put a little bit of filler in there and then just rescribe that panel line out again really finely. just to keep it in. Yeah, just to keep it. But we're now getting there. We've almost made a plane. A couple of these go on as well. This is the lightning build at this rate. How does that go? Double that. Same on t'other side, as they say up north. Right, well, it's kind of starting to look like an F-16 now, which is good because that's what I'm actually trying to make. We're on to nozzles already. That would have been useful to have painted that if I'd known. Okay, let's just work this out. Let's give that a moment. I'm getting ahead of myself now. What I always like to do when doing kits is to have a bit of a look through things so I know what I'm actually going to be doing. I'm going through this so quick. I've just finished part 3 already. God, how long have I been streaming? Less than 2 hours, and I'm already on to part 3 out of 20. 15% of the way through this build. That is crazy speed for me. Anyone who watches me regularly will know that that's an insane an insane amount of plastic sticking I've done so far for me tonight. Get that out of the way, and I think it's time for a hobnob. Rob the model machine, yeah. Oh, I feel like the fact that I've actually made it's got wings and stuff on and done the cockpit and, already, that's just unbelievable for me. Right. I think I'm going to need to be painting more white again, which is annoying because I've just been painting white. Right, that needs to be, I could give that another blow over actually. So, whilst here, I'm sure there's going to be a few other bits that need the XF2, well that's the call out for it. Oh, we're going to have some fun and games with that as well. Right. Yeah, I've got a whole load more pieces that need to be painted white. Some of which is actually the internal part of the air intake as well, of course. So I think what I do is I just work through the instructions, take off all the bits from the sprues that need white, and then I can just have a white painting session on those, know that they're done. That's also going to include things like the insides of gear doors, stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, I should probably slow down because I thought this kit was going to last me at least a couple of sessions. No doubt what I'll do is, don't rest assured, I will cock something up in a bit, and then I will then have to spend plenty of time fixing it, which will slow me right the way down. And I don't think I'm going to be getting, going to be too much of a machine, because once I get onto the Lancaster, 48 Scout Lancaster with a ton of photo etch, and when I say ton of photo etch, I am talking mental breakdown worth of photo. That is the appropriate amount. That is an officially recognised amount of photo etch. Is a mental breakdown inducing amount of photo etch. To be honest, it was a mental breakdown to buy that in the first place. The amount I've got of it's What am I going to do for that? That's got flaps, in full interior, including things like, you know, map pockets and all of that sort of thing as well. In there, yeah, not doing the wheel. That's the only photo which I've not got for it, is I haven't got the wheel well, because that seemed a little bit pointless for the wheel wells for it. And apart from that, so that is going to be, I will not be flying through that kit. That's going to be that's the Dambusters one as well, and I will be doing. I need to work out. I'm going to be doing something special for it, but I don't know what that is yet. So, unlike this kit, which is this is going to be, if I get this all built, painted, weathered, and stuff within a week, going to need a bigger bench. Yes. Yeah, I am, Tosh. I am. It's going to be. I don't know whereabouts I'm going to put it. Seriously, it is going to be an absolute beast. Yeah. So that is going to be fun, to say the least. But yeah, full on flaps down. You know, the full on balls out kit version, I think. So I'll probably kind of maybe do that as a bit of a summer build sort of thing. I don't know why I'd want to do a summer build, but might as well. Probably because it will take pretty much all summer to do. Let's have a chocolate finger. I haven't had chocolate fingers for years. Well, probably a couple of months actually in hindsight, probably at Christmas. It's a shame that with the nozzle, the exhaust, because it is a nice big open thing, there's no detail down the bottom of the exhaust, and I'm sure if you had to get the photo etch kit, you'd be able to then actually, because often they have, you know, you look down and you can actually see the back of the compressor fans. That's not the compressor. You know, you can see the back of the engine bits. I haven't got that luxury in this one. Let's just get all these bits of plant. A lot of little sprues going on. One of these. Oh, this is. Right, let's try and tidy this before I just lose my shit completely. So, back now, ready for a first coat. Oh, okay. Yeah, I am genuinely looking forward to doing the Lancaster, but again, don't want to rush it. It's going to be, as I say, want to do something special with it, but I don't know what. Yeah, I just know I want to do something, because it's going to be a big kit. I don't just want to knock it. I don't just want the size of it to be the thing that draws people's attention. Because I think you can quite easily just have something which is actually imposing in its own right. Do this in order, man. Just think logically. Get rid of those brushes. Try and have a bit of a something mind as a something or other. I don't even know what the saying is. A clean workbench is a clean mind. Something like that, maybe. That sounds good. Dropping this engine in, I need to think logically about how I'm going to be building and when I'm actually going to be putting that exhaust nozzle on. I don't think I want to do it straight away, do I? I don't want to do it in the order it suggests, because that's going to really arse up my paint plan for it. Oh, too many sprues. What's that? Hang on. Is the stream dead? Oh no, or is the internet messed up? Oh god, okay. I'm hoping not. Rob the model machine. Back now, ready for first go. Okay. Cold, even though it's only a -7 outside. When it's been cooled and start to get less cold, the cold comes in. I've been finding it really cold as well today, and it's not -7 at the moment. Actually, I might take my thing off. I'm slowly starting to get warmed up. Most of the crews of that squadron are Canadian. You should name her Bart Bandy. Hang on, what squadron? Oh no, yeah. Sorry, going back to the down bar. I was thinking about the this one for then. Yes, yeah, there were loads. Yeah, good point actually. Yes, there were a lot of Canadian pilots in that. Is the stream dead? Hopefully not. Although it hasn't gone dead for about a week. I seem to be the regular person for if Twitch dies. Last time it happened, actually, I lost the internet connection. Didn't realise it. My OBS was still telling me I was streaming. That was fun. That's not nice, kid checker. Rob is doing his best to make it entertaining. Hello, Cavster. I didn't see you creep in there. Have you just crept in? I didn't see you there. Mine is buffering as well, though. Okay. Well, fuck, there's I seem to be a daily thing. Okay, maybe it's just a German-Austrian internet. Right. It will be all that pornography you're downloading in the background. That's the problem with you two. I know what you're like. Right. Okay. Back had to go and build something tiny. Oh, okay. Mine went out completely the other day for no reason. Yeah, mine did the other day as well. Tonight it's just supposed to be -34. Just put up another blanket and think of the... Oh, crikey, -34. Now that is a little bit chilly. Yes, and you lose it when someone just walks past your router. Yeah, ours just was a bit temperamental the other day. But the weird thing is, yeah, actually, the internet actually, yeah, that was the funny thing, is when it lost. Because I've had it a few times where I've still been streaming, but for some reason with Twitch, the chat dies and you're streaming away. And I had it before the chat's died, and when chat died and then it died and I didn't realise. But yeah, the other day when I was doing it, and I thought, it's done that again. So I thought I'll carry on, because when it did it before, it kind of dropped in and out. So I thought I'll carry on, and then when it picks up again, and it never picked up again. But it was a very productive 20 minutes. I'm going to keep some of these little bits for the landing gear attached to the sprue, just because they're small, so obviously you'll make it easier. They seem to have actually put the sprue gate where it would be joining anyway, and also I want to keep track of the number. So just in case when it comes to building, I know what part I'm looking for. Just in case they are, one's got to go the right way round. Got that. Those little bits. I'm guessing that's 5 and 6. No, it's not. Well, why would you? Okay, oh no, they're so small. Trying to find a piece, it was so small. I actually had my thumb over it. These two little bits on the bottom of that part, I actually had my thumb over. Oh well, at least I got them. Won't cut those bits off. Landing gear. That all looks fun. We'll keep that on. Cut those off. So you're just going to go a bit crazy painting the white in a bit. And that's most of the internal structures. I'm so used to I'll do that as well. And again, this is why I wanted to mix things up a little bit, because recently I kind of think of what colour is the cockpits, what colour are the internal bits of RAF and German World War II things. Is it either sort of green or is it grey? And that is not this. Right, get rid of that. Keep that. C16. Now I'm confused. See? Okay, oh, I've got two of those. I've got, yeah, to make it, to confuse matters, I've also got 2 sprue C's and no sprue D. So it means I am doubling up on some things, and oh, it's just, yeah, Saturday night. I don't know why I took those bits off. That was quite stupid of me. That's going to be small. Should have left them on. Some bits in there. Let's chop these off. These are big enough that I should be able to work out where they go. Yes, I'm hoping my tank, which I've got on pre-order, turns up soon. It's either going to be this winter or next winter. So I'm either going to be hopefully getting it within the next month or within the next year. And I'm hoping it's within the next month, because after doing a whole load of planes and things recently, and that little tank, I think it'd be nice just to kind of get on with something. And actually, I was saying about using, you know, obviously weathering to cover up a plethora of sins, but being able to get massively confused because I'm not paying attention. What the hell? I've just lost my brain completely. No, yeah, something or other. You probably know where I was going. I don't. I've lost it completely now. All US planes and new white wheels, struts and wheelbase. Yes, that's what I'm thinking. Is I'm now having to think what's an internal part and therefore what's white. These are parts H. Yeah, but you can't. It's surprising how after doing a few kits of certain types, you do get stuck in the groove of just getting used to what goes where. Oh, that's that thing. Right, that looks like that's all the bits that I need to be sticking some white on. No doubt, I'll guarantee I will have missed stuff. That is an absolute given. But we'll see. Right, let's getting a bit warm now. This speeders and everything. If you have, hang on. Internal surface mostly white. All US planes, new white wheel struts. Yeah, wheelbase. Yes. Internal surfaces in World War II were mostly. Oh, internal surfaces in World War II were mostly blood. Yes. Yeah, that's. I was going to say, yeah. There's. That's one way to look at it. It was. Yeah, not much modern stuff tends to have that much on that there, does it? Speed and everything. If you have a lot of ping. Oh, that's a technical thing. Okay. I was thinking of when you're chopping something off and the tweezers and you hear a ping sound, but you were talking technical. That's looking all right now. As I say, it's very lightweight. Yeah, been a while, and it's oh god, have I just lost? Talking of ping, I should have 2 of those. Let's not panic yet. No, it's there. That's okay. Got carried away cutting bits off and realised I'd actually just cut off something a lot smaller than I should have done. And that was something I should have left on the sprue. But it would have been nice to have a little bit of detail in the exhaust, because I think he's going to be visible by the time that goes on there. You know, you'll be able to look down the exhaust. Yes. According to that, there's a notch somewhere on there. Oh no, the notch. Yeah, that's going to be quite a large exhaust. You'll be able to look down. So it's just a shame that it's just plain in there. There's no sort of fan blades or anything. Oh well. Can't have it all, can we? Yeah, that kind of ping isn't good either. Oh, I never found the thing that pinged off the other day, actually. Although, admittedly, I haven't really looked for it. But when I had that, what was it? I did. Yeah, the little wheel. I mean, fortunately, the thing that pinged off is the easiest thing to scratch build and replace. There's other bits that, if I'd have lost, would have been a bit more of an inconvenience, but I never did find it. Saying that, I never really looked for it. So I'll do just a bit of filing. Some big old sprue gates there. It's good to see that people have been a bit industrious this evening. So Quickie is finished. No, Cowster. No, no, the Quickie, what I thought I would do is with that one, ironically, is just make it go a bit slowly, make it a bit more slowly. Hello, Zed's back again. Yes, so no, what I thought I'd do, because it's just so small and fiddly, what I thought I would, and I'm kind of getting, to be honest, I was thinking about it whilst walking the dog this morning as well. Normally, I genuinely have found myself a few times where I wake up in the morning and as my alarm goes off, I realise that I've actually genuinely been dreaming about the kit build that I'm working on at the time. So I don't know whether that has happened on more than one occasion. But no, I thought what I would do is just have a night off from that one, and so instead of finishing that one, because I've just finished the 109. That one would be quite. Yeah, I'm on the closing straight with it. I hope, because as I say, it's not exactly the most. The funnest thing about that doing the Quickie was the buying it and thinking, oh, this is going to be funny. You think, yeah, this would be a fun little one. That was the most fun I've had. Was the actual clicking buy now. So yeah, what I thought I would do is check this fits. Oh, that's a lot cleaner now. Yeah, right, okay. So yeah, what I thought I'd do is make a start on this one, just because I thought just to spice things up a little bit, and then tomorrow, then what I'll do is I can dig the Quickie back out again, and then maybe do a bit more of this one, a bit of that one, and then just kind of keep the two going. But it's just so small. I just always think that people aren't just going to be able to see it so well, because at least with this one, I mean, granted it's a 72nd scale kit, but at least you can kind of see what I'm doing. There is actually, you can kind of go, oh, he's got a plane in front of him. Whereas with that Quickie, it was just so small. I'm sure people are going on, finding me and then going, what the hell? Just no idea what I'm doing. Can't see anything, and it's just not even visible. When I'm sat here having to hold things right up in front of you, in front of my nose, so I can see it. Saying that, I'm now doing that over. Pop it a bit over there. So no, I thought I'll just give it a rest because I could finish that off quite quickly. If I thought, you know, if I wanted to have a push for it, I could get it finished off. Yeah, quite quick and easy now. I think. Of course, that's when you say that. That's when it. That's when the problems happen. And of course, I've never actually done a vacuum form canopy, so I don't know if anyone else has done a vac form canopy as well. But I have heard that they normally give you two. This one only comes with one. But I have heard that most times when you buy a vac form canopy or have a kit with a vac form canopy, you actually get two because it's, you know, common that your balls up the first one, so you've got a second crack at it. No, back to, yeah, that's the other thing as well. I was doing something that people don't know what it is, but I kind of thought, yeah, if people say, you know, I'm doing an F-16, a Tamiya 1 to 72nd F-16, most people will kind of know, you know, oh, he's doing, you know, if I say I'm doing a Bren gun, a Rutan Quickie made by Bren Gun, and it's a resin kit with photo etch, there'll be some people, you know, who will go, oh no, that doesn't interest me. I'm looking for people that make model planes. Yeah, there's too much of, and that's the thing, is I got that kit because I wanted to do something that not necessarily unknown, but just something different, something unusual. Well, I think I just went. So I thought instead of just doing a stream where I just do nothing but that kit, I thought let's do something where I can bring it, I can, you know, put it in between things, like whilst I'm waiting for whilst I'm doing this, I could stick the primer down on this, then do a bit of that, the quickie. Then once the primer's dried, I can then go back and then do the pre-shading on it, and then, you know, bit of back and forth, that sort of thing. That's the plan. Never goes to plan. That's why I try to, but I rarely do, try to write to-do lists for my model builds. And it's quite funny that when I do actually write the to-do list out and I then reference it during the build, during the stream, and I look up and every now and I go, oh yeah, just mentally tick that bit off, what's the next bit? I suddenly seem to be quite productive. When I'm just drifting along, doing, right, don't move, where did that go? Oh, yeah. I didn't want to back the chair over that. So I don't know if anyone else does that, but if you, that's a tip. Hang on, let's do that. Hang on. Top tip for the day. Might as well got the graphic. Top tip for the day: when you're making models, do a to-do list, and then follow your to-do list and review it after every session. Then work out what you need to do next time round. That way it stops you drifting and you just end up doing the same thing and not actually getting productive and ever getting round to doing the kit. If you know what you need to do, you're more likely to stick with it, especially as instructions for kits never actually go in practical order. They give you the instructions of how to build the kit, not how to build, prime, paint, weather, put details on, then go back to it. Yeah. So actually working out a case, you know, way to go. And also, when you go through stuff, when you do have to skip over sections in a kit, mark the bits that you've missed. If there's little detail bits, little small parts of plastic that you think I won't put on now because I'll only knock that off when I'm painting it, make sure you circle it, and then once you think you finished the kit or you're closing up on it, have a skim through the instructions and then just check what you've not got ticked off. So that's my little couple of tips. just to, I mean, the irony is that there's me giving tips of how to improve your quickness of a build, and yeah, those that probably follow me know that I'm not the quickest builder. I hope I was meant to take that off. Last few little bits to file, then grab that white out, and hopefully it'll spray better this time around and I won't get that speckling I had just now. I must remember to, once I finish streaming, is to finish give my airbrush a clean out and don't just do the quick colour change type clean. I don't know what this bit is, but it looks like the bit that I should have put in before. No, it's fine. Fine. That moment when you sort of think, I should have put this in just now. This is an internal part, but no, this drops in later. No doubt there'll be a couple of bits. Slap a bit of white on those bits there, but whilst I'm got that out, and I think now get rid of the scalpel before I stab myself with it. Chuck these over there. And the airbrush in a second. No point, just for this small little bits, no point setting up the spray booth. Otherwise I need to move the mosquito and all those sort of things. Yeah. Get rid of the tweezers and all that. Another bit of kitchen paper, paper towel. You're definitely going through this at quite a rate of knots this evening. So again, I've just realised that I'm going to be painting white on a white paper towel. So when I change to the other camera, it's probably going to be a bit, you'll just have to trust me. It's getting painted properly. See how this goes. A couple of them. Whoa, I don't need that many. Lots of blue tack. And my polystyrene block. Has anyone seen a block of polystyrene around? No, genuinely, I've lost a block of polystyrene. Oh well, that's my... Really am losing the plot this time. I need a chocolate digestive. Your streaming professionalism and graphics are top notch. Thank you very much. You hate figures. I bloody hate figures. Jaffa, I'm with you there, mate. I'd much prefer to last few kits like this one and the other one scratch build harnesses. I'd prefer to do that all day long rather than try to paint one figure. Scratch build the harnesses so you don't actually have to have the figure in there. That is much more preferable than actually trying to do the pilots. What I do is I keep the pilots because my thinking is I'll use them to practice on, so that then when I need to do a pilot, and I did actually do one for the Osprey actually, but yeah, that was I didn't stream that because I just knew that it was just going to be grief and I was just going to be hating every minute of it. So yeah, I didn't bother streaming my my build or my painting of the Osprey pilot. Bloody hate figures. People that paint minis, why would you do that to yourself? Why do people actually deliberately go, oh, I'm going to paint some little miniature figures for stuff and I'm going to have fun? Why would they do that? Safety third. Yeah, when I get round to it, it'll be... I mean, to be honest, it's the amount of, you know, stuff that you spray around all over the place. Oh, it'll be fine. The thing is, in the summer, be fine. Have the window open. That'll be fine. But this time, you go, right, do I want to have the window open and, you know, my feet will get a bit cold and set the spray booth up? or shall I just like hold my breath for a bit whilst I just spray some chemicals in a very, very small corner room, little box room? Yes, I'll do that'd be fine. Hold your breath. If I go mental, it'll make for a stream. Well, but I should be not doing massive chemicals tonight. There it is. Right. Got my poly block. Got loads of bits of cocktail stick. And actually we'll get a couple of these tweezers back out. Let's see how we go. So I don't know what's going to be quite visible and what's not. So I'm just going to whack stuff all over the place. Safety third, not done. Do you have spit blood on it? Yes. When you say blood, sweat and tears has gone into this kit, that's normally accurate, isn't it? I just take nice deep breaths of the fumes. Deaths are a way to applying decals anyway. Mentally illustrated. You are bang on there, mate. Bang. That was... Yes, there's I don't know what's worse, figure painting or decaling. Oh yes, I'm with you there on that one. If I'm going to do a commission, and I spill blood, it goes on the bill. Yeah. If I was to do a commission on the spilt blood, it would probably be going all over the model, all over the bill, and all over the floor. Now, talking actually of commissions thing, I was genuinely thinking of some of my kits of what to do with them, and I actually thought Wandering Light actually with the more sort of hypothetically, but if I was to stick that on eBay, especially if I was to put a little bit of oil weathering on it, now I've got my oils and stuff, and I think it's done to a pretty good. I've seen people do them to worse standards, let's put it that way. I'm not trying to big myself up and say, I should be doing commissions and stuff. No, I'm not trying to say that, because what some of those guys do is stupid. But what I'm not trying to say it's great, but what I will say is I have seen people sell models on eBay and actually get bids for them for things where I'm not trying to knock them down, but I didn't really rate them very high. And part of me thinks, instead of just making them, having them for a bit, sticking them on the shelf and forgetting about them, whether, if I was to stick them on eBay, more out of curiosity, would people buy them? If so, I wonder how much they would actually go for. It's not saying that I'm actually kind of looking to sell, but then also I'm thinking, well, why not at the same time? But anyway, so but you don't like mini painting. I'm shocked. It's probably just one of the things where I don't know what they are. If you know it, it's something where it's not in my wheelhouse, so to speak. I genuinely don't know why, sort of, I don't know. It's just something I don't know about. Jaffers, I've just noticed something with your Mozzie. Oh no, what have I done? Just kidding, just teasing. The gunblade panels aren't hinged on the aircraft. Are they not? I wasn't too sure on that because I couldn't find proper pictures. So what, do they just come off completely? So they wouldn't actually be opened up like that, because to be honest, that's a very easy thing to fix. Airplane noises, Naki. Oh, Naki, hello there. Yes. Yeah, you cannot make, anyone who makes kits and doesn't make noises, they are removable. So what would happen is they'd come straight off, you're saying. Anyone who makes models of stuff and doesn't make the noises, then they're just, don't be friends with them. They're not proper people. You need to be able to do the amount of, this is one of the reasons why I want to do a jet, because the jets noises are a lot more fun than just of a prop. But hello, and anyway, yeah, cheers. Went off on one then for about talking about stuff, and I'm sure everyone in the everyone also agrees you've got to do. And also, you know, close one eye. When you're making the noises. What you've got to do is actually have it with one eye shut, so that you lose the sense of perspective. I'm always losing sense of perspective anyway. I do the Dungeons and Dragons mini sometimes. They are always a pain, and I'm not even good at them. So no, I say for me that's just something I don't get, and they get taken off and put on the floor whilst the guns are loaded or repaired. Actually, so because I've got this on a base, because I genuinely couldn't work it out where they would go. So I assumed, because actually I did think those doors like that, opened up like that, would be right in the way for access. But so I wasn't too sure. But yeah, I won't do it now. But I could vary, because that's just actually they're on with a really small amount of super glue, so they would actually snap off very, very easily. And then because it's on a base, I could easily put them on the floor. And I do have, after I finished the model, I bought, hang on a moment, let me just grab, I do have the, where is it, RAF personnel and ground crew. So actually, you know, obviously there's a whole range of different people doing different things in here, even a dog. And yes, I've also got a few little dogs as well. I forgot about those. So because that has actually got in there step ladder and stuff as well. So I'm pretty sure various sort of ground crew doing bits. I'm pretty sure I could actually do something on there where yeah, they're actually going to be working on the gun bay. But cheers for pointing that out, actually, because that you've now just sort of not. It would be easy to think that you've made me go, cock, I've got to fix something. But now I'm actually now thinking, I can actually dig that back out and in a way finish, because I kind of finished the kit. At least I thought I'd done the kit. Used that set a few times. Oh, okay, what, this set? Cool. Anyway, right. Let's see. Do the Dungeons and Dragons. Taken off, put on the floor while the gun's loaded and prepared. Cool. Ian's actually smiling at that one, because I think you're working on your one, and you're probably thinking, I'm glad he made that mistake before I made that mistake, because that's probably answered a question that, like me, you didn't even know there was. This talk of snapping parts is giving me anxiety. Yeah, snapping parts off. Yeah, that will be. I won't do it now, because otherwise I'll lose them if they're glued on. But yeah, that's something that'll be an easy fix. Rob's tip on making friends. I'm writing this down. Must make noises. Got it. Exactly. You make the noises. You're good to go. In fact, I'm using it at the moment for the mosquito diorama. Cool. Actually, I think you've made that mosquito. Am I correct in thinking that you also made that mosquito as well? I'll make the noises and people look at me funny. Yeah, it's got to be in context, Ian. You can't just be standing in queue at the supermarket and then just start doing. Anyway, enough noises. Enough noises. You get a free jacket. Don't stop. Yes. Yeah. You actually need to be making the noises whilst you're making your model, Ian. If you're just making the noises at random, then yeah, you will get a few funny looks. Anyway, right, yeah, did it as a coastal strike one, all over. That was it, yes, yeah, because that gun bay is the I don't think you did that. That was the Ares aftermarket resin set. And I don't think, and I'm trying to remember now, as you can imagine, I've seen quite a few pictures of mosquitoes. I don't think you did that open. You might have done now. Oh, crikey. You might have done, and I might have forgotten. Apologies if you have. But yeah, because you had the rockets on there, didn't you? Maybe you're funny. That's why I don't stream. Fair enough. But if you funny looking and funny noises, that might just be pushing it to the limit. Yeah, so is it? Yes, okay. Did you do the resin upgrade for it? The Aries upgrade? Because genuinely, I now can't remember. You'll see when I put it up on the Discord. Yeah, because I'm sure I've seen a picture of it on the Modeler SafePort one, but that was a while back now. Although Rob streams, okay, yeah, good point. Funny looking, make funny noises. Yeah, I'm with you there. Anyway, just the brass gone back. Okay, right. So you just did the yeah, because it had the resin gun barrels, and actually, to be honest, most of the good stuff on that. Just hang on, let's get that whilst there again. Most of the good stuff actually is hidden by the nose cone bit. Hang on, so I did think it looked funny having them there, but I knew they weren't hinged at the top. Let's put it that way. But yeah. Anyway, yeah, because the actual guns themselves, with breeches and all that, is actually covered up by the nose cone part, so you can't see. And I spent bloody ages getting that done, and some of it actually looked really good. I was actually got a bit of metallics going on there. Had it with the bits open and stuff, but in that scale, just too small, just tucked away. But anyway, whereabouts have I got them? These should be the last bits, and then I can get spraying. So just basically give all these bits a bit of white. And then we can get on with our lives. Oh. So are we taking bets on whether the airbrush is going to work again, or whether it's going to give me grief once more? The more mistakes you make in the Mozzie Rob makes mine better. Yes, good point. If you need some pics, can you have? Try and stick it in the message thing, because I've been playing around with the settings again, because I couldn't post. People couldn't post links in it a while back, or normally, but I've kind of tried to reset some of the settings on things. So it might 5 to 1 not working. That is very good odds for that. I would take that. I mean, it will start working, but whether it will last long enough. Thanks, but I don't lose flicker. Sorry. Okay. Well, feel free to stick the links in anyway for anyone else who wants to have a look. And also as well, you're both. I think we're all members of quite a few Discord groups, but I think you're both in my one. So if you want to just pop a pic or two in there as well, if you're up for it. So try and just put some little bit of white where I fix that little bit. That's fine. Probably going to be putting a bit of a pin wash in there anyway. Right, so that bit earlier where I went a little bit, the blue was thin, and where the paint was still wet, and the capillary action just pulled it around the details. That's just blown over, so that's fine now. We'll just pick up bits and stick paint on. In no particular order. I mean, some of these bits might not even need white paints. I'll do there. Evening, everyone. Have a great evening. Take it easy and have a safe one. Yeah, okay, Kit Checker. Cheers for dropping by. Cheers for spending a while in as well. Hope you enjoyed it. I won't say hope you learnt something because you're the man. But cheers for dropping by. Appreciate it. Have a good one yourself. Enjoy the rest of the weekend if I don't catch you again soon. That was a lame joke. Sorry if it caused anyone physical harm. Hang on. You check. Hang on. Oh, hang on. What have I missed? Okay, I think that was heading out. You checked the kits. Did they pass inspection? Hang on. Check the. You checked the kits. Hang on, heading out. I'm now confused. Have I read something in the wrong order? Always great being in your stream. Oh, cheers, mate. No, genuinely appreciate that. Genuinely do. So, no, I appreciate anyone and everyone who's in the stream. But, you know, more than others. That's obviously Kit Checker. Anyway, cheers. Only in the inside the wheel doors are white, the outside is body cut. Well, yes, no, yeah, I've just been painting the insides. Don't worry, I am aware that the outsides would be body coloured. Yeah. I'm not too sure why I have to paint this bit white, but it did say, because obviously there's might be an observation panel somewhere. So let's stick it on and actually let's put some more paint in there. Still working at the moment. It's all checked and found okay, good. Jesse, seems whatever you did has worked. Right. Well, as long as something's working, then good. I don't know who, what, where, when, how or why, but let's not question that. Pretty sure the inside of this won't be white, but hey, I'm painting it now, so I just realised I'm just painting something that obviously won't be white. This did say it had a... Okay, actually, these are going to have some metallics on, so I might as well essentially use the white as a primer. Yeah, that justifies my reasoning. And have we got a dry tip? I think we have, ladies and gentlemen. Does that count as a knackered airbrush? Or is it not a dry tip? Don't know, I'm painting white on white and I can't see anything. No, we got speckles. That was going well until... Turn the pressure up, sometimes that just blows it through. Typical. It always happens when you put a load of paint in there. So I'm just kind of having to pump that a bit. I've got to say, that was the thing that I liked about using the lacquers. And that's why I want to use lacquers a bit more. It's because they don't tend to block up in the in the airbrush, and if anything, because of all the chemicals and stuff going on in them, they kind of eat their way through anything that would potentially block it up. Whereas these Valleos, anything that's in there, they kind of want to react with and work against you. I don't know if you can hear it, but I'm having to kind of pulse the airbrush a bit. What I'll do is I'll just use up what's in the only a little bit in the cup. This is why typically when I use my airbrush now, I never use the full proper colour cup for it. I fill it up, because the amount of times over the years I've had to be trying to pour a load of paint back into the pot again. Should I add? No, I was going to add a bit of thinner, but last time I did that, and then it was too thin. It's more like pebble dashing than painting at the moment. Oh well. As long as it kind of gets the results. Right, who wants a bet on yeah, the airbrush plugging up? Right, I'll load up again, put a bit more cleaner in. I thought I was pushing my luck when I started today, to be honest with it. Yes, I think it's not going to be a complete strip down sort of thing like the other day. I've definitely been having some problems with this recently. Yeah, whatever it did seems to have fixed your internet, but it seems to have knackered my airbrush. I don't know if the two are related. It actually seemed to be drying in the cup and on the needle, which is a little bit odd. And I could put a bit of a flow improver in there, that'll stop it drying, but it shouldn't be, you know, drying actually in the actual colour cup itself and on the needle whilst I'm mid flow. I mean, I've just wiped the needle and got some blue colour out of it. When did I even last blow anything that was blue through this? We'll get there, we'll get there. I don't know if you done or No, I'm just having a airbrush decided to block midway through. So, oh hello avocado. Sorry mate, I was in my own little world here, just trying to fix a. It was all going quite nicely, and then the airbrush, just as I'd said, what's the odds of the airbrush working or getting blocked up for something? I then tempted fate. So yeah, no. What I mean is, I was just reading what you're saying and not who was saying it. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're keeping good. How's things going your side of the world? Keeping busy, I hope. Hope you haven't worn that harmonica out yet. Well, actually, no. It'd be good if you wear that harmonica, because I know every time you get a follow, you play them a tune. So if you wear your harmonica out, then it means that you're getting plenty of follows. For those that don't know, actually, because I'm just yapping. Well, actually, I'll tell you what. Well, look, whilst I'm fixing, you might as well just we'll have a bit of a chat like this, so to speak. Oh, come on. What I was going to say, anyone who's in the chat who doesn't know Avocado Kids, hit the follow thing, pop on over, because diorama sort of D&D mini sort of things, all the things that I was saying just now that I don't do, he does, and does to a stupidly high standard, to be honest. And I'm not just saying that for the sake of it. It's seriously, when I see the stuff that you knock out, it's like, oh Jesus, I'll stick to painting with model planes. Leave you to do that. You know. So anyone who's into that sort of thing, and I know a few of you are, whack on over, and don't hit the follow now. Hit it when he's online, because then he'll play you a tune on his harmonica just for you. Drops the paintbrush and then gets the harmonica out. So, well, actually, no, saying that, hit follow, so then you can see when he's on, then unfollow, then follow again. Or just say, I just recently, can you just play me a tune? And then he'll go, oh yeah, okay. Because he's nice like that. But I've got to say, I have noticed, actually, when it comes to the scale, scale model builders, more are doing sort of like a bit more diorama-y type sort of things because of, and I genuinely think it is a bit of, because people are seeing, not just on Twitch, you're seeing people who aren't just doing scale model planes. There's people like yourself doing dioramas and using different skill sets, but using you might be having quite similar equipment and going, hang on a minute, I've got some brushes and I've got some paint. I mean, the closest I've got to doing a diorama or anything recently is that base for this mosquito I've got there. Anyway, right. I'm just chatting away. How's it going here? I won. What's your pick? Yeah. The other one, 5-1 odds. Waiting for winter to end. Got a few months. Yeah, I was thinking the same today, but I know we've already said that. I do think people are doing more of it on stream now. I think that's the thing, because because this is such a small community. Like on YouTube, there's millions of modelers doing like military aircraft and 48 scale sort of thing. So you can just kind of find your niche and still never run out of videos to watch on there. Whereas at the moment, and I say at the moment because it would be, it does seem to be growing. Hopefully, there's more people joining than getting bored than leaving. Hard to chat and paint. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and enjoy painting here, so don't want to be too active in chat. But we'll be around. Okay, cool. Yeah, but no, finding it, more people tend to be watching sort of stuff and getting a bit inspired by what other people are doing, which you don't tend to find of stuff. Millions of what? Oh, hello, Misty. How are you? Damn, ad just cut you off. Oh, I didn't think it done pre-roll ads. Although I think once you do that, it does things automatically sometimes, doesn't it? Hello, Misty. How are you? Are you keeping well? I can't remember. What did I say? Millions of, millions of people, millions of dollars, millions of the moolah, millions of times my airbrush has decided to go knackered. how's the world over your side of the pond? Hope you're warmer than what it is for Bart, who's in minus 34 centigrade. I don't even know what that would work out in Fahrenheit. You're in the minuses, aren't you, with that one? Would you be? Or no, would that be... Hang on, is that 5/9? At minus 20 centigrade, I'm guessing. No, Fahrenheit. Anyway, I don't know, went off a complete tangent there. You said something about a small community. Yes, it's a... Oh, that was it. Thank you, Misty, thank you. Yeah, hang on, let's flick over there whilst I just do a little bit more painting. Painting white on white with a white background. Cheers for sticking in with it. Yeah, sort of saying a lot with... oh, God, that is now cleared. Turn that pressure down. All right, we're back in business. Like with YouTube, you know, there's like millions, whatever you're into, there's millions of people doing it, you know, and got videos of it, whether it's scale modelling or dressmaking or making sausages to have on a Bavarian barbecue. I don't know. But that's worrying. That's the first random thing that popped into my head when I want to think of something random. But anyway, but because Twitch is sort of like, you know, especially for, you know, non-gaming type things, you know, for whatever you're doing, there's a smaller pool of people doing crafty type things. So actually, you know, people are sort of like going out of their comfort zone a little bit. They're looking at things and watching other people stream stuff that, you know, on YouTube you could run out of stuff. No, you wouldn't run out. If you're into something, you're going to be able to watch all the videos on it and still have more that you won't have seen. Whereas it seems to be, especially the crafting-y type things on Twitch, it's a much smaller sort of pool of people doing it, and therefore you're kind of forced to sort of watch others that not doing exactly what you would do. I used to recommend people get this airbrush, and I used to recommend people to use Vallejo paints. I'm now taking all of that back. Buy Harder and Steamback airbrushes and Humbrol paints. No, this is cocking up again. Barbecue, yes. Barbarian sausages, barbecue. I think I said Bavarian, but I think that was only because I don't know if Cabster was in, but I don't know where that come from anyway. Minus 9 degrees here now, minus 30 tonight, minus 34 tonight. And, oh, thank you very much for the follow. Was that Brainosaurus? That's a name. I love that name. I've read that right as well. Because if I've not read that right and I've made up your name, then I'm going to be massively disappointed and you should change your name. No, Brainosaurus. Cheers for the follow. Thanks for that. Feel free to say hello and join in with chat and stuff, and if you do, let me know if you're if you do modelling or any sort of artsy crafty type things, and whether you stream and stuff like that. Barbarian sausage. Okay. Yes. Okay, we're just having conversations about barbarian sausages. Is there such a thing? I don't even want to go. That's opening up a can of worms. Right, and this isn't working at all. Let's stick in a bit of airbrush flow improver. If there's ever a time to try to improve some flow in an airbrush, it is now. Because it is not flowing at the moment. And basically, this is now just coughing. Imagine a mouse with a phlegmy cough. That's basically what my airbrush is doing. It is opening a can of worms. If it was entirely deliberate, you could hang on. Is it opening a can of worms if it was entirely deliberate? What airbrush is it that you're not recommending anymore? I am not recommending the Neo by Iwata CN with a 0.35mm needle and Vallejo Model Air paints. I mean, up until a while back, I would say this was a pretty good, workhorse. I mean, it probably is fine. It might just be that. I mean, I've cleaned it out a few times, so I don't know why things are drying up and sticking and stuff. I mean, Vallejo paints do have a habit of drying on the, in the nozzle and on the tip. So it might just be that. And I am painting white as well, and to be honest, no one likes painting white, and it wouldn't surprise me if Vallejo Model Air paints are pre-thinned, but it might be that the white's a little bit thicker just to try and get a bit more coverage on. I mean, I am just hypothesising there. I do spray at quite a low air pressure as well. That might not be helping things. No, it is all, I don't know, it's all kind of like all dried up in there at the moment, and it does look like it's all just dried and gummed up, which is very, very irritating more than anything. Because I just realised I had that to paint. No, I don't need to paint that, do I? That's the thing that doesn't... Oh, okay, that was just mainly airbrush cleaner I sprayed on that. Oh bugger, never mind. That'll dry off. I don't know why I did that. Just losing the bloody plot here tonight. Yeah, I'm going to blame... The two main ones that I have the problem with is the Vallejo White and the Vallejo Black. Everything else seems to be fine. Low humidity this time of year, I guess. Might have to do with it. To be honest, I wouldn't say it's low humidity in the UK at the moment. I don't know, actually. My newish airbrush. Oh, is that the same airbrush as you've just got? And I'm there just slating it. No. No, it's a good. Genuinely, it's a good airbrush. I am actually, pleased with it, and especially for the, the cost, it is. I know quite a few people have actually got this as well. This airbrush. It seems to be a popular one because it's a good quality one. It's not like right up there with the real expensive ones, but it's a heck of a lot less expensive than the real expensive ones. The nozzle's not too big, not too small. A bit odd being a 0.35 actually, because normally they're either 0.3s or 0.5s. But yeah, I'd say normally it's a good airbrush, but it seems to be whenever I do a stream, it gets a little bit shy. It gets stage fright. It is adequate, better than compared to what some airbrushes are. Yeah, but I would say in the UK at the moment we are, it's cold and it's damp, and I would imagine, it's basically been grey, drizzly, and overcast, and not very nice days. So I would imagine that would mean higher humidity, sort of thing, because it has been rainy and stuff. That means there's water in the atmosphere. I might be wrong there. But I've never really noticed that that the weather I've never really paid attention to weather conditions and whether my airbrush works. It normally either works or it doesn't work. Yeah, I've definitely got a load of paint that seems to have gone the wrong way. If I push the needle in, I've got the colour cup all nice and clear. So I've got the colour cup cleaned out, washed it all out a few times, but I've just pushed the needle in. I don't know if you can see, but the needle's now got a layer of white paint all over it. So obviously paint had been going the wrong way up the airbrush somehow. Maybe, that then starts making me think about seals are going and stuff. So I just want to push that through one way. Yeah, so don't know if you can see that now, but that that needle come out white. Ooh, that needle is now completely. That's all. Oh God, no! This is knackered. No, I'm thinking that there's an O-ring somewhere in here that might have not be in an O shape anymore. So I found that using the lid on the cup has helped me quite a bit of with skinning on the pack. Oh, that might be maybe. And dust evaded resistance. Bad seals, paint backing up in the yeah, that's what it's looking like at the moment. Because if I, hang on, let's just take that off. The colour cup is clean, so I've cleaned all that out and then actually blown it out with the airbrush cleaner. I've just taken the nozzle off just so I can put the needle through. But if I push the needle through, so it goes in nice and clean and shiny, but then when it comes out, it's not as bad as it was before. But now, it doesn't show too much because it's white, but now I've got a layer of white paint on there. So obviously, back there, you can actually see it enter the colour cup with white on there. So somehow white has been going the wrong way up, which is mildly annoying to say the least, but that might explain why I'm getting issues. Okay, right, sorry about this everyone. You come here to see some world-class top live stream modelling. Instead you get me swearing at my airbrush yet again. Anyway, gotta run and get ready for mod duties on a stream. Catch you later, have a good one. Okay, Jaffa, cheers for dropping by. Good to have a bit of a catch up. And yeah, I'll check out a few more pics of your Mozzie as well, because I say, do remember seeing it and everything. But if you're not already, we'll try and put them in my Discord or something. I think you might have already done that, to be honest. And then Ian can have a look, because he's currently building a Mozzie as well. So I think you'll find them useful. I must be on the wrong channel. Yeah, you're now officially on the bloody airbrush. What a pile of crap. God, my life's so bad. Channel. All right. Okay, well that seems to have got most of it out. And then what I would do is I won't do any more airbrushing tonight, because I've literally just sort of forced out the last bit of it there anyway. I reckon when I was probably pumping it a bit earlier, that was probably drawing some of it back anyway, so it probably didn't help matters. In hindsight, isn't hindsight wonderful? But I will pop a little bit more of that, just to... I mean, we did start the evening with the airbrush absolutely seized up, so that wasn't good. And I do have a bit of the old hardcore cleaner, but that is stuff that you... I'll give that a clean when I've got all the windows open and the spray booth going, sort of thing. We'll get these wires inside this right. All right, you're still wiring stuff up at the moment then. So is this the... Oh, crikey. I know you've already... Oh, pardon me. Oh, crikey. I know you've already said, but I can't remember what you're building now. And I know you've already... I know I've even commented on it more than once. Okay, that seems to be okay. What have we got there? I've got some water. I'm not going to do it. The Sky Master, of course it is. Yeah, what we need to do is get people to do it. Do multiple choice, and then I can narrow it down. But my memory seems to be going completely out of the moment. I'm trying to learn Italian and stuff. And there's words, literally, I have been learning, and I look at them, and it's like I am reading them for the first time. And it's like I've been, you know, and it's not. I've looked at them hundreds of times over the last few weeks, and I still go, oh, I still got, you know, no idea on that one. But anyway, right. So when the white paint did come out, it did come out quite nicely, and we've got quite a. Maybe just do with another little paint, but like the inside of the air intake, that is quite nice. I'm gonna have to sandwich that. I might do it a second coat anyway, because I will need to put a white on. I've just realised there's a couple of bits on those sprues that just need a little splash of white, and I literally mean a dot of white on there, so no big deal. But I think I'll do that next time I need to paint something, then I will do those bits. I don't want to, basically I just don't want to risk going through all that rigmarole of sorting the airbrush out again, literally just to do one drip of paint's worth, because that's pretty much all it's going to need. Get those away. But when it does work nicely, then, you know, they're nice paints going through a nice airbrush. Okay, want to put some filler on there. So just in that gap there, again, don't know how big it's even visible on the camera, but to me, there's a bit of a, basically where the wing has come in there, especially that section there, it's just a little bit more of a gap than what I really want. I wouldn't even call it a gap, it's just more of a larger seam. So I will pop a little bit of filler in there, and then rescribe that out again. Only thing worse than cleaning the airbrush is cleaning up after static grass. Oh, tell me about it, because that's when I made my base for that. That's basically static grass. And again, this is the sort of thing that I was talking about with Avocado Kids just now. I mean, this isn't a diorama by a long shot. The thing is, I wanted to have a base. I wasn't going to, but then I decided I wanted a base. So after seeing like Avocado Kids doing stuff with the clay stuff and painting, and I, you know, had some grass from model railways and stuff, so I thought I'll do that. So it's just a simple base, and then once I'd done the base, I then discovered that I could, you know, get the little ground crew and stuff. And now saying actually I've got to do a little bit of work on taking those doors. I did think it was funny. And it is, in hindsight, that is bloody obvious. Now it's been pointed out, it's absolutely obvious. But yeah, trying to do that, I think what you need to do is to put newspaper down and then try to do stuff, because at least that's small. Otherwise, if you're trying to do it on like a model railway or something big, you do need to get a little handheld vacuum cleaner and go round, try to clean up after yourself. It's the only way to do it. I don't know if I've got stuff I could really be doing whilst I'm waiting for those bits to dry, or whether, because we've actually pushed on quite a lot with this, is it might just be worth turning that off, because I don't need that anymore tonight. I'm thinking that actually I've just been painting stuff I didn't need to paint, but never mind, it gave me something to do. And I've also been not painting stuff that I should have been painting, so that will give me something to do. Might actually call that for the night, because that will give time for these bits to dry, and then I can actually, what I might just do is I just might make the tail fin, because that needs to be built up and then slotted in place. So I don't know why it's not doing it. I might build it up but not slot it in place, because it might be a reason. Just make it easier whilst it's upside down, not to have a bloody great tail fin flapping around. But just because I can, I'm going to make up the tail fin, and then I reckon wrap it up for tonight, because the airbrush is obviously getting a bit of stage fright, and I want to wait until those bits dry before I start trying to glue them on or give them a second coats. And I still have a digestive biscuit. Let's have a digestive. That's what we need. Okay. Just use the flamethrower. It's the only way to be sure you've gotten all of it. But making bases for models is always worth it. Finish the look, definitely. Actually, what I'll do, I do have, on that subject, whilst I'm munching my biscuit, the first sort of base I did for a model was just a really simple, all that, SAS Desert Land Rover. Actually, just pop me back onto there. So I've done the model, which I thought, was quite nice. It's a little pinky, so it's a pink, because in the desert, the pinky kind of colour sort of blends in. But instead of it just sort of sitting, I kind of felt like I wanted it to it just looks like a model there, but bit of cheap wood, bit of offcut, put some of the old tape, Tamiya tape, just on a line of that around the sides. Got some end gauge, that's the small stuff, ballast that I'd had randomly, stuck that down with some PVA glue, and then once it had actually dried, oh, and of course I gave it a varnish before I did that as well, just sort of put on some sort of wash sort of stuff just to mess it up. You can also just see that whilst it was wet, I actually drove the car onto it a couple of times just to try to get some lines in there, and then pushed the wheels down, because also as well, because the wheels are round, it then just hides that it hasn't got sort of tyre bulge, gravity pushing out the tyres. And the crazy thing is, you suddenly put it on a little bit of ground and it suddenly gives it context. It's something really weird about that. That just sort of makes it look, I was going to say 10 times better, but it definitely improves the look of it, just having it on a base. It's driving on the ground, not on a shelf, if that makes sense. And it definitely finishes the look of it. Another one that I've done, which was a 70-second kit as well, which isn't really a base, but for a plane in flight, was done that last year actually. It's a little sort of jet, and put a little cocktail stirrer up the exhaust pipe for it. But suddenly, because it's in flight, I know granted it's only sat half an inch over a wooden block, but it suddenly gives it context. It suddenly looks like it's, flying. It's kind of the best way to put it. It doesn't just look like it's a plane again stuck on a shelf, even though it's sort of on a shelf with a wooden block underneath it. But it's just really weird how, again, that's not like a sort of a base that it's sitting on, but again, just makes it look more in keeping. And again, like with the mosquito, stick it on a bit of grass, and I do find that kind of lifts it. Does make it look, I don't know, just more better. It makes it look betterer. Anyway, basically, yes, it makes it look like a snapshot rather than reality. Yeah, rather than an imitation. Yeah, the thing is, like with this, it's not like I'm trying to hide the block of wood. Like the Osprey I did, I've done the sort of the base for that, and I'm not trying to hide it. And I'm not trying to say, oh, if you were to take a photo at this angle, it looks real, like you would do with a model train on a model railway, because then you're making it and the big sort of thing, and you can actually angle your camera so you don't get any of the outside world in. But with this, I'm completely acknowledging it's on a block of wood, and like with the little thing, it's on a block of wood with a bit of gravel on the top. But it's just weird how actually just that seems to just sort of just adds the layer between the model and the shelf. There's a buffer. That just sounds mental, but if you know what I mean, then you know what I mean, and if you don't, then apologies for just going off on a bit of a weird ramble. Obviously I've been in a small room with too many caustic chemicals in the air for too long. Best way to clean up septic grass is to use a little USB hoover. Then you can reuse it. Yes, I was thinking of more like one of those Dyson sort of ones, but yeah, didn't know you could get a little USB. Because yeah, I like that idea. I don't use static grass enough to actually warrant buying one, but I do like that. Yes, I've considered a little kind of vacuum. Yes, I speak Murican for the hobby space. It would be useful for many things. Yes, I've heard of people sort of put some fabric over the nozzle so you can reuse it. I'll just try to sweep it up. Right, anyway. Well, just stuck a load of biscuit in my mouth so I don't get to talk. Right. and it was the oh right, there we go. That was a bit dry. Yeah, so I'm going to reckon the best thing to do is to do what I was going to do, which was just to make that tail fin, just so then that is ready for tomorrow. I'll make it, but I won't glue it on, because it seems to be a bit of a multi-part. I'm not too sure why there's so many parts to this. It might be that they thought, sort of, you know, actually I'll leave that slightly in the shot there, might as well. All the bits are off of this sprue. I was tidying up earlier, so I need to get my cutters back out. So I'll make this up, and then it's ready to go on when it needs to go on. A21, A22, it's obviously those. And whilst I'm here, I'm going to do the nose cone as well, because I can then put the weight in there, even though it doesn't call for weight. I'm going to put some weight in there as suggested. Very good idea. Just to play that one safe, and that's going to have a chance to put some weight in, and the PVA glue can then have a bit of time to dry off and set, because otherwise I don't want to then do that and then have a nose cone full of wet glue, and then have to basically just put the whole project on hold before I can put that on and start priming and painting. Just through stupidity and negligence. Clean these bits up. See, I was so good tidying all my stuff away, wasn't I? And this says to actually remove a little notch there. Obviously, I would imagine, I don't know actually, I mean I could very easily do some research on this, but as there's no sprue D, and there has been a few little things like those notches that need to be removed, obviously a little aerial on there, or antennae, or light or something, I don't know, I've already chopped it off now. And there was no sprue D, I'm assuming that with this kit, or the Tamiya have either got, or have put out, or will put out, or keeping their options open, an option to do another variant of the F-16, and then, because I didn't get a sprue D, so I'm assuming that the sprue D gives you the ability to make another variant of the F-16, and probably if you do that one, you probably won't get the sprue F or something. So they put all the common bits on, like sprues. I don't know. It's just what I would do as well for them. I wouldn't have the workload. Right, make one from pound shop by, hang on. What have you, make one from a pound shop, butterfly killing an electronic bag. Oh, hang on, no, okay, what you're talking about is the actual making these the actual applicator, the thing that actually does the static grass application, puts the charge, and I'm assuming that's what you mean, and I've seen people do stuff like that. They're strong enough to get dust, but not in how every single plastic part on the desk would be nice. Okay. Yes, for static grass, yes. What Necky's saying about there is the actual the cleaning up. But yeah, I have seen people make their own static grass applicators by getting those tennis racket type things that you use to get flies, isn't it? Give them you can try to electrocute flies. Yeah, I actually, my static grass applicator I picked up off of eBay a few years back, and I mean, if you get the proper ones, as in made by a branded company, you know, Gauge Master or something, they're bloody expensive. But I mean, this was basically one made from, you know, someone who literally got, obviously, one of those static, yeah, fly swats, the electric fly swats, and basically made their own, or you know, made them up. Got a T strainer. Yeah, why would they're making parts for the sake of making parts for this at the moment? I've kind of got the feeling that this could have very easily been a single. This could very easily have been a single part. But for some reason, I've just got to put that on, and there's no benefit to that whatsoever. I don't know why that's been moulded as two separate pieces. It kind of feels like they felt like they needed to, you know, up the part count, shall we say. I mean, I might be wrong, but I do sometimes think that sometimes with some kits, you kind of think that they've, some of the bits have been, you know, put in just to try to up the number of pieces. I guess it's good for marketing it. Yeah, but it was a lot cheaper to buy one that some, you know, some kid doing his, you know, his university degree and knew about a bit of electronics. He was probably obviously knocking them up, you know, as a way to earn a bit of pocket money and sell them on eBay. That was definitely a lot cheaper. Yeah. I think when they come out, they must have been, you know, when static grass sort of, you know, started coming out, they must have been a novelty sort of fact. You know, they were obviously quite a niche sort of thing. Perhaps, maybe as time's gone on, it's more popular, but they haven't, you know, they haven't really updated the, you know, their pricing. Yeah, which I think they probably should do. There we go. So I can run that down there. I think there's one little unit that needs to go on the back as well. I should have got that whilst I was there. I don't know why that's not been put on that part. A30. So it goes up to 29. Okay. Oh, there it is. That's small. Okay. Yeah, they do seem that. Saying that, you know, for how much, I mean, model railways sort of thing, which is the main, you know, use for, I guess, static applicators. You know, that does seem to be a very expensive hobby. And sometimes, you know, for people that, some of the equipment that people buy, and for how much, you know, that equipment costs to do some small things, it does seem, you know, they really are finding niches for the sake of finding niches, and sometimes I think, you know, they're finding solutions to problems that people didn't know they had the problem for, I think. Yeah, and I guess it's a way to, you know, for them to make money out of it. Had a bit of glue seep through, and right where I had my finger, so I've got a bit of a fingerprint in there. I'll wait for it to cure properly, but then rub it down. tomorrow. I'll just place that. I won't glue it in because actually I want to rub that down. There we go. That will sit on there nice. So it is starting to look a bit like an F-16. And do have a bit of a gap, but that might just be because I was just getting rid of a sanding it down. But I do have a bit of a gap on the side of the nose, which is a little bit annoying. What's that, Naki? So it wouldn't surprise me if they're hand built on site because the electronics in them are a couple of dollars. Model Huawei prices have gone sky high in the last 5 years. Oh yes, yes. I did start getting into model railways, and I have also in the last couple of years got out of model railways. I still subscribe to a magazine, and I still interested in it. And also, I'm sure I've mentioned it probably more than one occasion, is actually a future build that I want to do. Actually, isn't a build; it's to actually re-livery I think we talked about this before. A class 47 that I've got. I've just got a basic class 47 from Hornby, and actually want to do it as a what do I want to do it as a Freightliner. And I've got the paints. Where are they? Actually, yeah, I've got the enamel. So that's your rail match colour for it, and this should be. There we are. Yeah, the Freightliner green. So hopefully the paint's still. I think you could do with a bit of a mix actually. Because that's but that's been sat there for a few years actually. I should probably do that before the paint dries up completely. Got the new decals for it as well. So that's the plan. So I must dig that out of the loft because that'll be a quick, simple project. Actually, it'll be quite a nice little thing to do. Of basically just rub that down, take off the other one, maybe add a few little detailing parts, perhaps. So, yeah, that sort of sits on there. So we should have a bit of a nose cone going on. I won't fill it up yet because I do want to fill a gap in there. I don't know whether that was me just being a little bit exuberant with the filler. Not the filler, with the file. I want to just use some of that one to be good. So whilst I'm here, put a bit of filler on there, a bit of filler there. And then I reckon we're going to be good to go for this evening. I think some of the prices are going up because of the things they get in from China and basically design costs. I mean, the detail in model kits, model railway stuff, the new stuff, the ready to run models, the detail of that is going up not exponentially, but things are getting a lot more detailed over the years. And I don't know whether maybe people want the extra detail. Each company is trying to push it to to make their kit better, but that's all design development costs. But as well, supply and demand. If people are willing to spend extra money now, but to get a basic loco, of course, that's before you start adding in DCC. To add sound to a kit increases the kit. To add sound to a loco for the adds about 100 quid onto the price to have sound fitted, and I cannot understand how putting I know obviously it's not just a speaker, there's electronics to go in it as well, but I cannot see how the kit manufacturers are justifying putting charging an extra £100 to have a speaker and a chip put in with the sound files. When you can buy a kid's toy, I mean, bloody hell, you could, Christmas, you got talking Christmas cards and birthday cards that aren't that much more complicated, less complicated. So I can't quite understand how the industry there are getting away with charging so much for sound, and why people are happy to pay for it, because it's obviously supply and demand. But I can understand when technology's new, but when the technology's no longer new, you're not then buying that premium to be an early adopter, so to speak. Putting on, I've thinned this filler with a bit of water just so it's really gloopy, and I will be essentially rubbing it back off again in just a moment. So it is kind of getting in all the recessed panel lines at the moment, but I'll take it out before it dries, leaving it hopefully just where I want it to be. So just had a few little gaps there. Have we got any on the bottom? Actually, whilst I'm here, in for a penny, in for a pound. Anyway, the convenience tax, as I like to call it. Yes, that's probably it. Oh, hang on, did I miss? Seems a bit like shifting the blame. I doubt the wage increase. Hang on. The two main manufacturers in the UK, Hornby and Bachmann, blame China, where their models made because the workforce in the factories got a substantial pay increase. Yeah, but yeah, I kind of it seems a bit of shifting the blame actually. Yeah, maybe. There were two main factories who made models for both Hornby and Bachmann side by side. One closed down, so that left the factory with a monopoly. Oh, maybe. Sorry, you're not. Okay. Fortunately, I did ignore that because I couldn't quite work that one out. But pineapples and pizza. We've had conversations about pineapples and pizza though on here, hasn't we? So I'm not too sure if we definitely have had conversations on this stream about pineapple on pizza. I can't remember why, but I'm sure there was a reason. As I said earlier, these gaps that I'm filling, if this was a 1 to 48 scale, I genuinely wouldn't bother with. But because this is 72nd and the surrounding recess detail is so fine, I'm kind of feeling compelled to put the work in to fill up gaps which probably I wouldn't normally have bothered about. But you know, hey ho, we're here now. Might as well. Rude not to. So now just crudely taking off the excess, which at the same time hopefully is just sort of pushing it into the gap. There's a bit of a gap on that little plate that went in. This is the great thing with this one, this Perfect Putty, because where it is water-based, it also dries really quickly as well. But now you could probably just make out the finer lines. It's just gone into where the gaps were. Now it's sort of in there, just crudely taking off the excess. We can then use a clean one with a little water, and normally I'll just lick the thing, but as you're watching I feel compelled to be hygienic. Dampen drop on there, just dampen that down a little. And now wipe it off a little bit more. Mainly I just want to try to get it out of that fine recessed detail that we do have in there, because that is so fine that will block that up quite easy. So I'm just trying to really scrub it out where I don't want it. before actually having to try to rescribe it out. If I could just literally take it out with a damp cotton bud, that is better than trying to rescribe some very, very, very fine details. So now you should just see the odd little, just a small little white bit, which is hardly anything there, which there wasn't much of a wasn't really much of a gap there, but it was enough. It was just drawing my eye, and just because of how fine the detail was around, it just sort of like, no, that's going to be, need to, just felt the urge. And you know, if you get the urge, you just got to do it. And now again, the fine lines, just going down there. Don't know if you can see that there. So again, not a massive gap. And to be honest, most people would, not bother with that. And to be honest, if by the time you were to get the brush, get the paint on there, that sort of thing, doubt people would actually really be able to see it anyway. But I know it's there, you know it's there, we all know it's there. I shouldn't have mentioned it. And I'm pretty sure the gap in the nose cone is just because my exuberant filing. And now the end is near, so we've reached the final bit of sanding. Right, I've just done both sides, although wasn't really needed on that side. I will give it a bit of a polish, but on that side of the nose, again, you might just see a little white line running down. So it wasn't a really massive gap, but just a little bit of a gap there, and that was just sort of like, it was enough for me to notice. And I think if it was enough for me to notice, then someone else might have. Anyway, I think I'm trying to provoke chat saying pineapple pizza. Right. I think they're trying to, right, okay. Hornby have started to make some models back here in the UK now. Okay. We always start an argument, yeah. Yes. I think I can't remember whether you were on when that was. It was a week or two back now, and I can't remember why it even come up. Oh no, it was. See, we're talking about biscuits, I think, and different types of biscuits and stuff like that, and it escalated. So one more go over with a clean end of the cotton bud or Q-tip or whatever anyone wants to call them. And I'm really just focusing this now on the area that I want to get the filler out of, because it's the recessed details. I reckon we are good to go on that one. I don't even want to get the rescribing tool out here, because these lines are so fine that the rescribing tool would just dig into the plastic more than how fine these panel lines are, which is a sign of a quality kit. yeah, that will do. I'm going to leave that out of that. So just got that a little bit more cleaned up in there now. Yeah, is that? There we are. So that's a little bit more cleaner. Oh, should have done the bottom. Oh no, that's just overspray of the white paints. Oh, it's got to that stage of the night now. I'm looking at the white overspray from when I had to fill that in and go, oh God, I've got loads of filler. That's the good thing with using the green, squadron green stuff. It's because it is green. You do notice it. I'm not trying to take the filler out. I'm just trying to take the filler out of the bits where I don't want the filler. But okay, that's all pretty solid now. That is pretty solid. And I think, yeah, that we could put a little bit of weight in there. Not much, because we won't. To be honest, won't really fit much weight in there. So actually, I'll do that in a bit because I'll need to get some watered down PVA glue just to let that sit through there. So I'll do that later. Cool. Anyway, right. I reckon I wasn't actually going to do those bits. I was going to wrap up a bit just now, but hey ho, we're there now. That will sit on there when that's done. So we are looking like an F-16, obviously. Still need the tail planes on there, but you're getting the idea. And I think that's actually going together really nicely. I'm actually very pleased with how that's going, considering how quickly it's going as well. Which for me, I mean, I do know some people who would have got this built, painted, and onto the next kit by now, but there we go. We spot a little bit just after you've done it. Right, I will run with that. Yeah, let's just leave this alone now for a bit. Okay, cool. Let's wrap this up. So, what have I done? I have been making an F-16. So, started from that. We got the cockpit in there. Actually, those, I've got to say, actually, I'm going to have to take some photos of this. I know I took a photo earlier, but now it's actually in there. The dry brushing that I did, so it was the sort of the bluey grey colour for the main part of it. Then the actual panels painted black, and then dry brushed the silver on there to pick out the raise points. And I've got to say, now that everything's all sort of dried back, those switches I am actually really impressed by. I'm going to have to take some photos of that and stick in the Discord and stuff, because those are looking nice. And I'm genuinely impressed by that. Let's hope I don't balls it up at a later stage. So we've got that together. That will of course go on there. So the bulk of it is pretty much done. We've got a whole load of white bits there that have been painted white. These will need a second coat anyway, just because it's white and it always needs a second coat. Once those have had their second coat and dried off, I mean, a bunch of this is all landing gear, those sort of things, but then I can start putting some of those bits, building up the bottom of it, building up obviously the air scoop underneath, the jet nozzle at the back, landing gear, those sort of things. Working out how that's going to go together as well, because when I was looking through the instructions earlier, I did notice that the landing gear kind of goes in, then you build that, and then another plate goes over to kind of lock the landing gear in place. But of course that kind of means that you've got to paint it with the landing gear already out. So gonna have to just work my way around that one a little bit. So Skinniest Fat Man in the house. Hello Skinny, how are you? I'm just wrapping up actually. I've been doing a few bits. I've literally started a new kit tonight, which is the F-16 Tamiya 1 to 72nd. So it's for the part of the body build. I thought, haven't finished off the one that I was doing, but I just thought I'd take a little bit of a break from that one, and then tomorrow night I'll carry on with this, and then also the little quickie that I'm doing. So that's what I've been doing that up. It'll be another 30 minutes. Yeah, you know me too well, don't you? That's what tends to happen. I've been wrapping up for an hour already. What I should do is play an ad break for 2 minutes, go and have a wee, then come back, and then I can properly wrap up. Yeah, so that's what I've basically been doing tonight. Just filling that. I've got to say, this is going together nicely, which I expected it would do. I only had to strip the airbrush down twice, which, considering I only actually used it twice, then now the viewers were rushing. Yeah, that's always what happens, isn't it? Genuinely, I do notice that when I start. What normally happens with most streamers, when they start saying I'm wrapping up now, the viewer numbers obviously start going down. And I genuinely look at it, and it's one of those things I've now spotted. When I start saying I'm wrapping up now, it tends to be the viewer numbers do start going up. And that's, yeah, very, very odd, very odd. I'm sure it's just one of those things that I only notice it when it happens, but you know what it's like. So let's try and pack a few of these bits up, tidy it up as I go, because we're all neat and tidy here. As I said, a tidy workbench is a tidy mind. So I should be, fingers crossed, touch wood and all that sort of thing, back on again tomorrow. I need to work out a little bit of what I'm doing. I mean, what's quite nice with this kit is I literally started from scratch. What often happens, yeah, someone will raid any second and it'll be like, 75 people coming in, and there I am, sort of, Fred, oh no, crikey, get this out. Trying to work out just stuff to do for the sake of it. So yeah, what we'll do tomorrow, I mean, normally, I have a look through before I start a stream and then go, right, I'm going to do this today, I'm going to do this, that's the next bit. Is that a vampire? Is that a sea vixen I see there, or is it a vampire? No, this is a, are you asking that you're now just, yeah, I was talking about when we were talking about bases and stands, actually, for models, and I, made that last year. It's the F-16CJ thing, and the annoying thing is decals, when I done that, completely exploded. So I had to then mask up and paint that scheme on, which was going to be my initial plan, and then I thought, no, I'll just use the decals because that'll be a lot easier. And then the decals all exploded, but in the process of trying to take the decals off, I then ruined the paintwork on it. So then I had to redo the paint on it, put another clear coat on there, then mask it up and do it. So I just wish I'd done it straight away. But yeah, it was a not fun little build. And again, for a cheap little Airfix kit, loads of detail on there. Actually, I'll just slide it off. So loads of sort of, detail. Nice little fun kit. What I did also do as well is, before I put the silver on it, or the aluminium colour, when I primed, I've done 2 layers of primer. I first primed it in the grey, Mr. Surfacer 1200. Then I masked various panels at random with masking tape, and then primed it again in a gloss black, or not a gloss black, it was a satin black, and then done the silver. And that meant some of the panels, when you hit the light, some of them are more matte, some of them are more shiny. So that was a little thing that I was doing last year. Maybe all these people watch just to make sure you leave. Yes. That's I'm going to put that up there before I do anything. And and actually, before I go, Bart, whilst you're still in, have you done that bloody nose cone yet, mate? I'm not leaving until you've said you've done that nose cut. You've got that twirl. Yeah, I had the same problems with the decals on Tornado, as in the masking tape pulled them off. Should have put some gloss varnish down. Yeah. I'm assuming, you put the decals on and then you put masking tape over the decals. Yeah. Yep, done. Not great, but it's on there. To be honest, you've done it. That's the main thing. The fact that you've done it. And it means that you can now get on with that twin otter. Pictures are up on your Discord. Brilliant. I will check those out in a bit. Actually, I'd better take a few pics in a minute, just to, because I've got to say, that interior, for 72nd scale, those instruments, that, it's better than the 48th scale 109 I've just done. Actually, let's not speak out loud too much. I've still got plenty of time to balls this up. Anyway, yeah, let's call that a night for now. Could be back tomorrow. Carry on with this, and then also try to do the little bit more on the Rutan Quickie. That Rutan Quickie, that is that long, and it's taking me bloody ages to do. So yeah, it's about 6.5 centimeters long. So we'll call that. Your cockpit on Discord looked great. Cheers. It actually, now it's sort of dried back a little bit and is a bit more buried away in there. It's actually looking to the eye. It's looking better than what it did earlier, actually. So pleased with that. So cool, guys. Anyway, I'm losing my voice. I've got a beer. I could have had that beer actually. I've just noticed I had a beer up here and forgot to have it. I can't believe how long the time's gone on for. No wonder I've got through a lot of kits. I only was going to do a couple of hours. So cool, guys. Cheers. Thanks very much for watching. Appreciate that. I don't know if anyone is on at the moment. Let's see. Let's get rid of that. I just got. Is anyone got any recommendations for doing a raid? Oh, War Duck is on. I know we raided War Duck the other day. So if there's anyone's got any other recommendations, or shall we just say goodbye? Catch you later. Thanks very much, Skinny. Cheers for popping by, and hopefully next time round we'll catch up with you a bit more. Or Dr. Plastic. I haven't got a Dr. Plastic. Is these one of these people that I think I follow and I don't? Because that happens a lot with the Discord. Yeah, cheers, Ian. Thanks very much. Now, I do find that you chat to so many people in Discord and you don't realise sometimes you see their builds and stuff and you don't realise that you don't actually follow them. And then it's a bit embarrassing. Oh, sweet doctor. I do follow him. Hang on. No, I do follow. Why is it? Because I got the notification earlier to say that they were on. That's oh, is he gaming anyway? Yeah. Oh, I did. Yeah, no, yeah, don't bother. If he's we might just choose. That's a bit weird that he's not actually showing up as on there. Who's that? That's someone who's doing something. Does anyone know who? I obviously follow them. Solway Studios is. Jimmy the Brush. I don't know Jimmy the Brush. No, but hang on, what's he doing? Okay, he's painting something that looks impressive. I don't know who, what, or anything. Let's raid someone. They've actually got. Hang on. Oh, I've clicked the wrong thing anyway. Oh, they've got 37 viewers. Let's choose someone who's not got 37 viewers. So it might just be War Duck actually. Should we just do that? What's he doing? Oh, sod it. We're going to be here all night otherwise. Most of you are probably all gone by now anyway. And you're probably all multi-streaming him anyway. So, okay, I'll tell you what, guys. We're going to just go and do War Duck miniatures because I really need to go and have a wee. Catch up with you later. Have a great night. So tomorrow should be on somewhere around about 6:30 again, GMT. Translate that into your own time zones. It really is quite simple. And yeah, catch you soon. Have a good one. I'll get in the old Discord group. Hopefully most of you are in there, and I'll catch you soon. But yeah, let's just get on over. Do that. Have a good one. Play nice. Everyone have fun. Don't kill each other. That's bad. And build model kits, that sort of thing. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday or Sunday or Friday, God knows whatever day you're on. I've been modelling in a room, breathing lots of fumes for far too long. Have a good one. Cheers, guys.
Country will not